Well, good morning, members of the community viewing it on live stream, and good morning to councillors and our council team here with us today. Officially opening the meeting of the 15th of November 2022, and as we normally do, we acknowledge, give an acknowledgement of country. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay our respects to the Durrumbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We have an opening prayer as part of our table of proceedings, and today I'm going to ask Councillor Pat Eastwood to deliver the prayer. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for today, and what a glorious day it is and a glorious place. And Father, we just pray that as we deliberate on things that affect our community, that you help us to have concise and good minds, Lord God, that we would think clearly and express ourselves well. And Father, we pray that what we do will be for the benefit of the community. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Item 3 is leave of absences and apologies. We have none, councillors. Item 4 is confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting from the 25th of October 2022. Can I get a mover and a seconder to receive those? Thank you. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 5 is declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Do we have any declarations, councillors?
I do have a matter rising from the minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Are we up to that?
So we can determine when we deal with it. Can you just tell me what it is, please, Councillor?
It's in relation to the fire gravel pit road, fire trail on gravel pit road.
All right, well, we can deal with that now.
I need to bring to the table's attention, Mr. Mayor, that there was no outcome to that matter because there were two there were two motions, and both of those motions lapsed for want of a seconder, which meant that's where it stayed. So there was no outcome to that. Just we need to go back and see where we're going with it.
I might have a chat to you during the break on that one, Councillor Mather.
Okay, that's fine. But I just need to bring it to our attention.
Thank you. There are no deputations, being item 6, councillors, so we're on to 7, which is business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr. CEO, do we have you or the GMs joining us?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Happy to have staff join us if necessary to respond to questions from councillors. The list before you has a number of items that are concluding today with reports presented on your agenda and updates regarding a number of the longer standing matters that hopefully likewise will also be concluded in the coming months.
All right. Any questions, councillors, on business outstanding? Councillor Mather, your light's on. You got a matter?
Oh, sorry.
No.
I've been through them all too. That's coming up again. I'll take it.
Number 7, Councillor Mather.
Yes. Cheers, Mr. Mayor. I just was thinking about number 8. I don't know if we've all been receiving these emails overnight from people who've got concerns about the closure. Thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you. In response to that, Councillor Watson, I've asked the General Manager and the Manager of Media and Comms to prepare responses so that I can reply on behalf of Council to those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr.
Councillor
Chair,
Bello.
I guess just to add to that, I was on the ABC this morning just receiving some questions from the journalists there about that, and so yeah, if that's hopefully that was okay. It was only a personal comment, but just reiterating council position on what we're doing, why we're doing it, and that ultimately it's a trial, and we welcome feedback from the community, both good and bad, and whether they're good emails or bad emails, we'll accept it and do our best to move forward with it. So.
Indeed. Thanks, Councillor Ballard. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Mather?
I'm fine, thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got notes here to say the follow-up for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, we're happy to receive the business outstanding table. Can I get a mover and a second? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Could I, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. (7.2) matters laying on the table. There are three that we're dealing with, councillors. The first is the Postal Savings Bank. The second is the application for permanent road closure at 9 Mile Road, Marlborough. 4, beg your pardon. Application for permanent road closure, the Venture Trail off Darien Road at Quarrel, and the Executive Performance Management Framework and Senior Contract Staff Remuneration Principles. So, we're just at this stage voting to lift those from the table for this meeting. Councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Watson, thank you. Seconded Councillor Mather, all in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 8 is presentation of petitions. There are none. 9 is the councillor or delegate reports, and the first one is the Postal Savings Bank, which we've just lifted. Excuse me, councillor. And this was one that was laid on the table previously from a report that I presented. Council, just as an update on this one, I've spoken to the organisation that sent us the letter initially requesting, which is the Australian Citizens Party. This isn't a political statement or a political project of theirs in particular. They assure me that there are members of the CATA Australian Party, the LNP, the ALP, One Nation, and a whole range of political parties that are supporting this. And as recently as yesterday, Latrobe City Council resolved to send a letter off to the federal government in relation to this as well. So, by way of information, councillors, if I can just get it up on my screen. 8 councils have sent letters so far. The Local Government of New South Wales, Local Government Association of New South Wales, at their conference this year, moved a motion that was supported, that the closure of rural banks should stop. And as at the 2nd of October this year, there were 1,011 rural branches in Australia for banks. 5 days later, there were 993. So the closure rate is definitely there and of concern. This doesn't necessarily affect Livingstone councillors, but I guess it's just us making a decision as to whether we do or we don't want to have a voice to the federal government to express our concern at the rate of closure of rural banks. There is some suggestion that Australia Post could take up the Guernsey here, I beg your pardon, but ultimately there are issues around Australia Post as well. So the organisations that are supporting this are basically saying that they want to lobby the federal government to create this postal bank nationally. And all this particular report is doing is asking you whether you want to support this or not. I shall move it. Thank you. So I've got a mover in myself, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. I don't feel the need to speak to it, seeing I've pretty much just done that. So anyone speaking against? Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Mather?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that I've noticed that the banking services in both Rockhampton and the coast have altered, and you can only go there certain times of the day or the reduced numbers of people to serve you. And I think our big question is to the major banks to say what is their future, because we have noticed this and there has been a cause to deviate from those because of the reduction in services. We should be asking the major banks to tell us why.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments, councillors, before I'm happy to go to the vote on this one?
Oh, just briefly, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor.
I do see it as a very important step in the right direction to look after our smaller and our rural communities. I have seen the same thing operate in New Zealand, and it seems to work extremely well, and it gives people that otherwise mightn't have access to face-to-face banking services that opportunity.
Indeed. Any other comments, councillors? Happy to go to the vote? All right, so we've got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you. (10.1) is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Marlborough Depot. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a small preface. I can't recall in my time that I've ever lost sleep on any matter as I have on this matter, Mr. Mayor. And for the sake of those watching on today, I'd like to formally move that Council demonstrates its election promise to all the people in the Shire, including those in the smaller rural communities, by Council giving an undertaking to support the community of Marlborough by retaining the current works depot and gang within the town.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
So I've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor, beg your pardon, Councillor Friend. All right, so Councillor Mather, you've made your opening statement. Do you want to speak to it?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, we've done this before, and as I said, this is one matter I have lost sleep over in recent months, because I know the consequences, or I believe I know the consequences if it turns pear-shaped. Mr. Mayor, we all know that small business is the backbone of our country, and local government is big business. Livingstone Shire is big business. And we have clients, we have customers, we have stakeholders who have entrusted us to deal with their matter, their communities, and certainly to protect their investment in our Shire. This is not political. This is about preserving the integrity of our Shire, because I believe that if we start removing the services from the areas that most need it, we're on the wrong track. In that northern section, it doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people who haven't been there, but to go and see the condition of the roads and what needs to be done, it takes a gang, and it takes a permanent gang in that area to be able to service these people who pay tens of thousands of dollars, some of them, in rates. There is work to be done up there, and there's a lot of work to be done over a long period of time. To move the depot to another location is a step backwards, and there is no consideration given to the people who would be asked to go that extra distance on overtime, if necessary, to be able to accommodate what's been proposed. There are hundreds of kilometres of road network up there that need attention. And are we going to put our people into that fatigue basket, having to travel that road with trucks? And the condition of the road as it is at the moment is a death trap in a lot of areas. We're not considering the human factor here, and we certainly have not been given a business case to say how it's going to pan out. It's going to be beneficial. It's going to cost us, and it's going to cost the people who are trying to implement what's proposed. So, members, we're trying to keep the communities having faith in us to provide services where they're most needed. And that northern section of the Shire does deserve to have the services in the town. Otherwise, you will be paying a whole lot more to have people driving to get to where they're going with no production. So I'm just asking you to consider the rural communities which are actually the backbone of our big business. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if we may let this matter lie on the table until a report can be provided by officers as to the business case for the decision. There's been some assertions made that I think would benefit from having the business case provided for the benefit of the public.
So you're going to move the procedural motion this lay on the table, Councillor?
Yep, till the December meeting of Council.
All right. So we have a procedural motion, Councillor, that we're going to deal with now from Councillor Hutton, that the matter lay on the table pending receipt of the business case around the retention of the Marlborough Depot, for want of a better term.
More alternatively, if there's a direction to want to push that way to understand the business case that encourages why it should close.
All right, well, can you perhaps give us some wording then, Councillor Hutton?
So that the return to the lay on the table pending the return to the council meeting, so with the business case provided as to the cost benefit analysis of the Marlborough Depot decision, and that way it can look at either side. Looking at the Marlborough Depot cost benefit analysis.
Mayor, if I could.
Mr. Sow's going to go to you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, could we perhaps provide that business case to today's meeting? It hasn't been on the record, as Councillor Hutton points out, but certainly has been provided to councillors previously. I'm just conscious that we've given notice to staff for changes to take effect. I think it's on the 8th of January or something, and there's also some other transactions that are going on pending. So if we were to delay this and a decision is made in December, then we're not really giving people a lot of notice if there are changes to things.
Happy
For
to
later,
accept
for
that
later in
to
the meeting.
Later in the meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right.
And thank you for the advice, Mrs. Hare.
Okay. So Councillor Hutton is moving procedural motion. All in favour of leaving it lay on the table till later in the meeting? All in favour? Those against? Okay. Motion is lost. All right. So we're back to Councillor Mather's notice of motion here. Okay, is anyone speaking against? We'll go back to that. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I will, Mr. Mayor. It is unfortunate that the councillors today have chosen not to provide to the community the understanding of the economic and social and community considerations that have been undertaken by the organisation in making its decision. I think it does, and I feel that for the community where we've got a conversation that's been guided around saying that there's no business case or that the argument doesn't stack up or that there's an excess of roads that need to be dealt, providing that information that is available to councillors to the community would be of benefit so that they can be informed. So I can't deny that I'm slightly disappointed that we weren't able to provide that to the community. But in speaking against this motion, I speak against it because of the fact that councillors are verging on operational decision making. So we say that it's about removal of services, yet we know from the business case that the community's not been given access to, that we believe that we can provide more efficient services by making change arrangements. We've been told today in this meeting that we're removing population from a community where we've also been told in the business case that only one officer currently resides in that community. Another one potentially could, but chooses not to. And so we've been told that when this crew's working elsewhere, other than up at Marlborough, that they are travelling long distances every day to get to work sites, which is not at the moment equating to large amounts of overtime. However, that's the argument we've been provided with today. I think that we've done a disservice to our community by not providing them the clarity of understanding the decision-making behind the council officers' decision-making process. I think it would be a disservice to this community for council to make a political decision as opposed to a decision based on the best interests of ratepayers. And thirdly, I think it's a disservice to our community when we forget that we are operating with their coin, with their money. Now, we understand that there is a cross-service provided for water, there's a cross-service provided for the cost of rubbish, and a whole range of services that are provided. but when we have opportunities to achieve better efficiency, to make sure that the rates that are collected, that are very substantial off every street and off every resident across our shire, we need to ensure that we're doing the best we can with their funds. And us making a conscious choice to maintain a depot for one officer and having 3 officers travelling to that depot, as is alluded to in the business case that the community's not got access to today, wouldn't seem to me to be an efficient use of council's resources and the funds of this community, and that's why I won't support a notice of motion to say that we will protect it at all costs.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, I voted differently in this matter previously, but today I'm going to support Councillor Mather's notice of motion, and I'm doing so for 2 reasons. Firstly, I and many of you around the table went to the last election pledging to better support the rural and the smaller communities within our shire that felt undervalued. I'm still holding to that commitment, as I firmly believe the withdrawal of the Marlborough Depot would be a clear signal to that community that they're not valued. We have just gone through the boundary challenge with RRC, during which we continually said to the communities of Glenlee, Glendale and Rocky View that we want you, we value you. To decommission the Marlborough Depot would, in my view, fly in the face of those commitments and those statements. Secondly, the officers have done their job and given councillors a strong rationale for why the depot should be closed, and I thank the CEO and his staff for that work. It was an excellent report. These matters are related to work programming issues, labour shortages and cost, all of which are good reasons if we are to run this organisation as a commercial enterprise. However, at times we have to look beyond the numbers and look at the community and the people in it. The community of Marlborough has been doing it tough for a period of time, with a reducing population, dealing with the impacts of drought, the buy-up of cattle properties by the Australian Defence Force, etc. I think it's important to show our support for this community by continuing to invest in it.
Hear, hear, Mr Mayor.
All right, anyone else speaking against?
Councillors, fellow councillors, you put me in a bit of a quandary here, because it just reminds me of the notice of motion that's going to come up after this in relation to not having the full facts when I go into something. And I feel like I'm voting on this for the community, but I would have much rather have voted for it with all the necessary arguments from the officers and all the necessary information. So whilst I'll be voting for this, I'm quite disappointed in my fellow councillors for putting me in this situation.
Can I just say that there was a briefing and we all got the information that you got and we all got it?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to
Thank
speak.
you. Well, point of order, Councillor. We're speaking to and from here. Councillor Friend.
I'd like to speak to it, Mr Mayor, also.
Floor is yours.
As Councillor Watson has just said, we've had the information through a briefing. It has also been published through a previous agenda, as this has been to the table before. So the community has had all of the information previously. I do agree 100%. I don't think I could say it any better than you have said yourself, Mr Mayor. In talking about community, Council must run certain aspects of its organisation as a commercial venture. But other aspects, Council are for the community. We are for the people. And we all went to this most of us went to this last election saying one Shire, one Livingstone. One Shire, one Livingstone. And even though these communities are far smaller in population than this main community here on the Capricorn coast, we need to value them. We need to respect them and we need to listen to them. So I'm all for this and we'll be voting for it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Are we happy to go to the vote, Councillor? Councillor Bello?
I just, in some ways this is I don't like to, perhaps it's not the best way to describe it, it's a clumsy way to get here, but that's the nature of this role and how we function, and I guess it's not how we get there, but it's what we do at the end that counts. I think there is things that are changing out there that perhaps for me it gives me the confidence to support this to assess perhaps another 12 or 18 months. And the reason that I say that is we've got things like the ring road have been deferred. That's $800 million worth of investment that has potentially been stalled in the community. Staffing numbers have been very difficult up there. It'll be interesting to see how that changes in that civil sector, whether perhaps more staff may be available. And psychologically, I can understand the importance of the depot to that Marlborough community. We just voted on the Australian Postal motion previously, which was all about servicing regional communities. I understand financially that there could be some benefits found, and I think, as the Mayor said, it was right of the CEO and his officers to provide that. But at this point in time, I'd like to see us, I don't like to use the words put on hold, but just maintain the current position of the Marlborough depot. And as with anything we do operationally, our staff will be looking over time to constantly improve things, and we'll see what the landscape looks like in future. So I'm not prepared to do anything other than keep it as is at this stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, do you want to sum up?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. Just in response to the Speaker against, Mr Chair, this is not a political decision. This is a matter that I've considered very seriously and in full benefit of the knowledge that I have travelling those roads, seeing what needs to be done and talking to the communities who feel that there has been a disservice to them by the acquisition of all of the land that's been taken away and the loss of families. The community can probably see itself dying before our very eyes if we don't consider what they've been through. And as the Mayor says, rightly says, they have suffered. And you've got over 500 people in camps there, not a police officer, which we'll deal with later. So they are struggling on their own. They need our support. It is not a political decision. We make decisions every day. And if there's any thought that we're verging on an operational matter, then we have a responsibility to see if those matters are intact. And the first thing we do when we launch onto a project is demand a business case. It's never been provided, it's never been demanded. So I would think that the disservice is to the community because it's never been provided and it's been to us as well. And that's all I need to say, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, we'll conclude debate on this one unless Councillor Watson wants to make a comment. Okay. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour of this one? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
10.2 is a notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to the Lindsay Street boat ramp. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to this, or we get the mover and seconder done first and then speak to it?
I'm happy to test the table, see if there's a seconder, Mr Chair. And then
Right. Okay, seconder is Councillor Eastwood, so mover Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. The floor is yours,
Yeah,
Councillor
thank you,
Bello.
Mr Chairman. Councillors, I've given this quite a bit of thought, and I recognise that you may be thinking, what on earth are we doing? We voted last couple of meetings ago to trial for 12 months a beach access onto Lindsay Street. And now it looks like we're not going to do that, and there's an additional part where I'm seeking for a reference group to be established to consider the options that may exist for vehicle access onto beaches that are not adjacent to urban properties where most of the conflict is generated from. That'd be fair questions to ask, and the reason I've put this forward is, I guess, a number of reasons, but financially there was a price tag attached to that opening of the Lindsay Street ramp, which, to my knowledge, and forgive me if I'm wrong, was not in the report originally. I went back over and had a look, I couldn't see it in there. It's something of $25,000. Would have been good to know that that was going to be attached to that trial for the 12 months. But secondly, socially, after going to the Keppel Cove community meeting and then going back to Lindsay Street and meeting quite a number of people there, it probably reinforced in me the very reason why we're trying up at Bangalee to establish a management plan that mitigates the impact of vehicles and urban communities. We don't see vehicles on beaches like Yeppoon Main Beach here. We don't see them on Cooey Bay or Lammermoor. We don't see them on the beach in front of the Lifesavers at Emu Park. Because I think as a community we recognise that they're probably not a great thing to mix. And so as those communities grow, we've seen vehicle usage decrease and diminish. And historically, we've had vehicles on beaches from all the way up to Three Rivers Beach, all the way down to Joscalee. Over the years, we had shell grit mining on Shelley's Beach, where there was trucks and a quarry virtually on the beach. We had a swimming pool here in Ross Creek years ago. We've had a whole range of different interaction with vehicles and on our beaches, but that's diminishing over time to reflect community attitudes. This motion is about rescinding the decision to trial the Lindsay Street boat ramp. And my reason for doing that is I don't believe it's a good fit to have vehicles on that beach at all. Nor would I think they'd be good to have them on Lammermoor Beach. So I don't see the sense in spending $20,000 to do something which fundamentally we've been moving away from over time. Notwithstanding that, I recognise that those boaties, they probably feel that they've missed out on a lot of infrastructure that we rightly deserve. We still haven't achieved an all-tide or a second all-tide boat launching facility that the state government had committed $12 million towards. Now, I'm not advocating for the Fisherman's Beach solution, but I'm advocating that money needs to be spent on our coast somewhere to better improve those services for those fishermen. To me, Lindsay Street is not the solution. That's primarily what I'm identifying. Yes, Councillor.
Is there a point of order here, Councillor?
Oh, no, sorry, Mr Mayor. I thought you'd finished. Sorry, Mr.
No.
You're hoping I was finished? We'll get 5 minutes.
All right, so have you concluded, Councillor Belly?
So the second part of that was the reference group, obviously. Now, if you are dead against vehicles on beaches at the southern end of Emu Park, absolutely categorically dead against it, then don't support this. Okay? If that's your position, I understand that. If, however, you're courageous enough, because that's what it'll take, to actually endorse a reference group similar to what we've done over the northern end of the coast, which will explore the potentials and the particulars that could allow for certain beaches to have vehicle four-wheel drive access, well then I actually support the motion. It's not committing council to anything other than forming a reference group at the southern end made up of all the stakeholders that have been successfully done at the Bangalee one, and give that southern end of the coast a chance to provide recommendations back to this council to consider to do with four-wheel drive activity on beaches. That's the extent of it. I am now concluded my opening speech.
I just had a question. That was all, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I know I did second this motion, but I just wondered, to me, the A and B are worlds apart, and I think that they probably should be two separate motions, and I'd be happy to second.
My thoughts exactly too, Councillor. Yeah.
Well, just to respond to that, I sent both of them in as separate motions, but they've been coupled together, so I'm happy to split them. That'll give me a chance to speak twice.
All right, so we're happy to split those, councillors. I think it's appropriate. No, we don't. But I can essentially do that. So we will split and consider Part A first of all. That will be in accordance with Section 262 of the Local Government Reg 2012 and Clause 2.17 of Council's meeting policy. Council repeals its resolution of the 20th of September 2022, and it's cited there on the screen for you, councillors. All right, so Councillor Bella has spoken to this. Is anyone speaking against?
I have a foreshadowed motion.
Yes, Councillor?
Foreshadowed motion.
Have you provided that to Justine?
No,
Councillor?
I haven't. I'm making it up as I'm going. It's not, I understand what the member's doing, Mr Mayor, and to a large degree we've discussed this briefly. I understand that where it's going to. I'm not so sure, and I guess I could speak against it for a time. I'm not so sure that a reference group is needed here because we've not had the bad behaviour. Yeah, I know. I know that we haven't had the bad behaviour complaints at Lindsay Street where we've had them in other places. So I'm not so sure that a reference group is needed.
Councillor May, I think you're getting mixed up with Part B. We've just split. We're dealing with whether we're going to
Yes, I know.
repeal.
Yeah. But that's what it would, if we went that way. What I think we need to do is to put this on hold, put this action to have a 12-month trial on hold until such time as we have communication with the public in that area.
So are you moving a procedural motion this way on the table, councillor?
Until I could get a motion, I can put together the words that I need to, because the whole idea is I can agree with the good man over here, the mover, and I can see where he's going, but I think we can get that outcome a different way, because to create a reference group would be
So,
to go
Councillor
through.
May, sorry to interrupt you. Would you be happy if we deferred this to later in the meeting? So
Yes,
you can
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to
something
do
drafted?
that, because I think we can still get to where we're going. Thank you.
All right, so you're going to move a procedural motion that this lays on the table until later in the meeting? Thank you. All right. Procedural motion, councillors, all in favour? Those against? Okay, motion is lost. So we're dealing with it now, Councillor Mather. All right, so anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
I've just been thinking, in the conversation I had yesterday, I think we might have rushed the previous motion that we had, and we never had a report. And I'm wondering if we should be getting a report before we go ahead. It's sitting at standstill at the moment, so why not we find out? Because as I was told, that in the past when it was closed, there was no consultation then. And we've already done to open it without consultation. So why don't we ask the people what they really want?
It's not dissimilar to Councillor Mather's position, I don't think.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking of a reference group. I'm just talking about, let's do a survey.
I don't think Councillor Mather is with respect either. I think she's just looking for further consultation around the issue. Yeah, so what would you like to do, Councillor Watson?
Well, I'd like us to go back and ask for a report. Let's talk to the people and find out who wants it, who doesn't want it. Because as we all know, and as Councillor Eastwood said, if he'd known about I think it was Councillor Bello, the 28,000 to open it, we might have had different thoughts. I know myself, I quite often have had fish and chips from the Zilsey store and go down there and eat my food, but I can't say that I got out of the car and noticed that. I thought it would just be a matter of pulling the chain off that used to be there. I didn't realise it had changed so much. And if it had just been that, I wouldn't have had such a problem with it. But now that I realise that there's so much money involved in doing this, especially when the pathway that we use to get down onto the beach isn't real flash to start with. And I'm just thinking,
so
maybe, and after all the...
Well, Councillor Watson, we're getting into debate here, but ultimately, are you seeking you're going to move a procedural motion to lay this on the table pending a report from the officers?
Yes, please. Exactly that.
All right. We'll let Justine catch up with us.
Mr. Mayor, could I just confirm, we haven't had the opportunity to present a report in the way that we do. However, there was a reasonable amount of commentary provided to the meeting in March 2022. So is the report, in addition to that information, is the report about a consultation process, or is the report repeating what was presented in March?
Well, if I'm reading Councillor Watson correctly, I think he's looking for all of the above, Mr. CEO, some consultation as part of that report. Councillor Watson?
Yes, also I was away in the March meeting because of the death of my mother too, so I don't remember any of that.
All right. So we've got a procedural motion, councillors, that this lay on the table pending receipt of a report from the officers, which will include, as we've just discussed, consultation or further consultation with the community around this issue. So Councillor Watson's moving. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost, so we're dealing. All right, so we've got Part A of Councillor Bellow's motion that we repeal the resolution of the 20th of September 2022. Anyone speaking for?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak for this. We all decided unanimously at the last meeting in relation to this to give this a trial, not understanding that the infrastructure will cost in excess of $25,000 to $28,000. We understand that the community was not happy about this, and the reason why we know this already is because we had an outreach at Keppel Cove, and there were many people there that were not happy with this Lindsay Street being reopened as a boat ramp or as a vehicular access. So then I believe there was a meeting with that Councillor Bellow attended, and I was an apology because I had to go elsewhere to another meeting, and a number of people turned up there to voice their concern and to voice their opposition for this being reopened as a boat ramp. So I believe there has been quite a lot of community input since this was first resolved to actually begin this trial. So I think that under the circumstances and the cost of the infrastructure, I support Councillor Bellow in rescinding this.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against?
Yeah, I don't like to do this, but I was going down the path that Councillor Watson was, because I think we could have resolved this without the money, with public consultation. And as Councillor Watson said earlier, it was closed without consultation at all. And when it was raised at a small meeting under a tree at Fisherman's Beach, there was an understanding that we would talk about it and see if that needed to be opened up again. I'm not so sure it's a reference group that's needed here, and there's a.
No, this isn't part of this resolution, Councillor, sorry. I know, I know there's a link, Councillor, but we've got to deal with the particular motion
I know, because
as it stands.
That's where we're travelling down that path.
Yeah. So perhaps your comments might be better.
I think had we taken a breather and paused for another meeting, I think we would have had a better outcome with a unanimous decision, Mr. Mayor. I'm just disappointed that we didn't think that fast ahead.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we're happy to go to the vote on this one. All right. Councillor Bella, you want to wrap up?
Wrap up, unless somebody else.
I'd like to speak for it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood?
Yeah, I think this particular motion lays out the importance of trying to get some sort of report before we make a decision, and I do believe that last time we got it wrong. We got it wrong, and since then we've had some good community feedback, and also there's a very serviceable ramp just round the corner. Very close, actually, and for the same sort of conditions. I just want to also make a statement here, though, that this council is all for our boaties and making sure that they do have good access to the open ocean and also to all our waterways. I just don't believe that this is one of them at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, look, councillors, it's regrettable that that they were put together. It has added to the confusion, but just to be as crystal clear as we can, this is purely dealing with rescinding a previous decision that was made, that we now, well, some of us feel that it wasn't the right decision to make for various reasons. Budget is one of them. Secondly, for me, and probably the more definitive reason, is that boat launching vehicle accesses onto heavily populated urbanised beaches, I don't believe is a great fit. Refining our boat launching locations and enhancing them and improving, as Councillor Eastwood's probably alluding to, is something that I think this council is very supportive of. So I couldn't sit here and support the ongoing Lindsay Street one, knowing that we're trying to solve a problem at Bangalee, where we've got significant vehicles travelling in front of a close adjacent community. It would be inconsistent. So for those reasons, I'm putting this forward for your consideration, purely to do with the rescinding of the Lindsay Street trial that was going to, that we decided upon only a few meetings ago. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. We'll wrap up debate and go to the vote on this one. We've got a move of Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Okay, we'll deal with Part B. That in order to improve our livability and recreational appeal to both residents and visitors at the southern end of the Capricorn Coast, Council establish a reference group entrusted with the responsibility of providing recommendations to Council about potential vehicle usage on unpopulated beaches, i.e. Reedamata Bathing Reserve, Timbers Beach, Zilsey and Long Beach, Joscalee. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Bell, I'm assuming you're moving.
Yeah, certainly like to move, Mr Chair.
Seconded Councillor Eastwood. Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Bello.
Thank you, Mr Chairman and councillors. I did ramble on a little bit before, so I'll try and be a bit more succinct. As I said, for me this is a way to engage with the community, to have that community best informed council of what possible options we could consider. Doesn't mean that you will do any of the recommendations. All it is it's an attempt to engage with the southern end of the coast, who clearly they're involved and they're interested about beach vehicle activity, whether it be the Lindsay Street one we're talking about. There's an attitude down there that we're putting a lot of effort into Farnborough Beach to the north, and they're down to the south. They're feeling as if, hey guys, what about us down here? We know that Reedamata has been a topical bathing reserve area of late. Where I find it interesting is that has no houses adjacent to it. There's no people to be impacted potentially by vehicles going onto there. Maybe the reference group may be able to put forward recommendations that by virtue of the boundaries that they put in place and the restrictions that they put in place are the very thing that actually make it workable to have that vehicle activity there. Because it's actually the boundaries that you put in place that actually make something workable. So it's the rules that you bed down that make a game playable. If you don't have any rules, you get chaos, yeah? The reference group, I feel, could be a great way, an effective way, to put forward potential rules that could allow vehicle access on certain beaches that council could then consider and make a determination on. That's all this is about. It's a bit like we had our community voice panels, which was a way that we engaged with the community. For me, these reference groups are one of the most powerful tools we've got, because you get people focused on a particular issue, challenge or topic. Then you're better informed to make a decision moving forward. That's what it's about.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I believe it may be a procedural motion to make an amendment to the resolution.
Well, it's not a procedural motion. You just have to ask the mover whether he's prepared to do that.
Okay, well, I do have an amendment. The amendment will read as such: that Council undertakes public consultation for vehicular access on bathing reserves of Reedamata Bathing Reserve, Timbers Beach, Zilsey and Long Beach, Joscalee promptly, preceding establishment of a reference group entrusted with the responsibility of providing recommendations to Council for vehicular usage within these areas. So, in other words, that public consultation be undertaken promptly before a reference group is established. So that gives the wider community a say, and both fors and againsts, and then we will have an idea before the reference group is then formed, and that will then give them further information. So I'm asking for that amendment, that Council undertakes public consultation for vehicular access on bathing reserves promptly.
Councillor Mello.
Mr Chair, probably I'm generally in principle support of that. However, I think the point is that to not constrain the reference group to beaches A, B, C, that's why I said, for example, or etc., i.e. Reedamata, Timbers Beach, because ultimately you might want to look at one of them, or 5 of them, I don't know. Give them enough latitude, so don't make it too specific, and that way, you know...
Thank you.
Well, perhaps if I can just clarify, and this is a very pedantic point, but IE basically means that is, so you specified three beaches in saying IE. If you put, for example, EG, that opens it up. All right.
And because I didn't listen that well at school in year 12, I'd be happy to have, for example, Mr Chair.
Okay.
And I don't mean that flippantly, but my grammar is not as good as it could be, so all the way through, actually.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. I'd be happy within the actual amendment to put, for example, as well, e.g. But the main part of that, the only change in that whole resolution there is that council undertakes public consultation for vehicular access on bathing reserves, for example, of those 3 bathing reserves promptly preceding establishment of a reference group, entrusted with the rest of the words.
I'm comfortable with that, Mr Chair.
All right, so we'll take the amended motion now as the motion. Everyone clear on it?
I'm just observing that we're preempting that a reference group will be formed on whichever beach we decide to take.
That's the statement in the motion.
Because consultation may only be the only thing that we need is good consultation, meaningful consultation.
Well, Councillor Mather, we'll come to that in debate if that's okay, because I'm going to open it up now. We're just getting the motion clarified.
Well, I was just trying to find the right wording so that we could all vote in the same way.
Rightio. All right.
Can I just ask, maybe we put in with a view to starting a reference group, instead of saying starting a reference group?
Well, again, we're doing an amendment to the motion again, Councillor, so that would be something you'd need to run past Councillor Bello as the mover.
Yeah, no, I would support that amendment, because basically my intention, if this motion is successful, it'll be to progress to a reference group. So not with the view, so I'd probably not support that, but happy if you want to foreshadow it in the event that the motion's lost.
All right. Thank you. So is everyone clear on this one now, councillors? Would you like me to read it? All clear, councillors? All right. So Councillor Bello has moved the amendment and agreed to the amendment, which is now making this the motion. Anyone speaking against? Yeah, Councillor Eastwood was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and just remembering that this is not deciding whether we let vehicles all over our beaches or not. This is about actually people having their say, a group getting together and making some decisions that affect the rest of the community. And in that, I'm probably neither for or against whether we do have the vehicle access. I think there's a very fine line between looking after our environment and also our recreational use. And so we need to make sure, absolutely, that we get this right. But I guess in a way that's in the end, that's for us to decide, but I think it's a time when we can get minds together to talk about it, discuss it. We can get different groups, whether it be recreational users and environmental groups together to work out the pros and cons and to see where we go from there. So in that aspect, I'm absolutely for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking against?
Not against in principle, Mr Mayor, but what it basically says that we will establish reference groups and we may not be needing them, but what we're doing is setting ourselves up for a promise here when I don't know if that's the plan. It may not be necessary.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I will speak against the motion. I support the intent in regards to establishing a reference group and the opportunity for them to provide recommendations to council around potential vehicle usage. I imagine as part of that process, once some ideas have come forward, you'd then do public engagement around how does the community feel, what does the community support. I feel that this motion's actually got it reversed. We're going to the community, asking for feedback around where they want it or what it looks like, and then establishing the group means that you're going to have a fairly open conversation with the community, but without giving any sort of direction as to what the limitations are or the spaces are that you're actually really looking at. And it means that we do risk, as Councillor Maver's alluded to, setting some people up for false expectations, so believing, oh yeah, council's definitely on this path and looking towards going in that direction. Alternatively, we also risk antagonising and creating further angst in a community that is quite divided on such issues unnecessarily, if it's not the intention of council to consider such broad-scale change or movement. I think the reference group was the right step, and would have happily supported that, but with the new form that the motion takes, I think the public consultation prior to that step is actually going to create more angst and unnecessary burden that will then create a mess for council to clean up.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that public consultation is of the most importance before any reference group is undertaken, as it was in Farnborough. And therefore, I move a procedural motion to lay this on the table pending public notification. Public consultation, sorry.
Public consultation.
Consultation.
All right, so we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Mather to lay this on the table. Sorry, I'll get it right in a minute. I mean, getting on, The from Councillor Mather, so we've got a procedural motion to lay this on the table, pending further public consultation. Councillor Friend, is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
I don't think you'll be too many birthdays.
I mightn't have many left in me, Councillor. Okay. All right, so we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost, the big one. All right. So we're dealing with the amended, or the new motion. All right. So we were looking for another speaker for.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak for this new amended motion. I do believe that reference groups are at the heart of where we are moving to communicating with our residents. I think they are of utmost importance, but I also believe that to undertake public consultation first opens it up to the wider community to have their say, rather than a smaller amount of people on a particular reference group. I think it's important that we do this first, and this will help guide and give the members of any future reference group an understanding of what the wider community thinks. And so I am for this and will be voting for it. Thank you.
All right. Councillors, we're happy to go to Councillor Bello. Do you want to wrap up on this one?
Yeah, look, councillors, I don't doubt that this will be work. It'll be effort. There'll be probably times when we think, far out, we didn't foresee that happening. All of those things are likely. There'll be Facebook posts, Bag and Council, like we've seen over the Bangalee one. Anytime you're going to do something, you're going to generate criticisms, you're going to generate people's opinions, but I think it's worth the effort myself. And the only thing to fear is really fear itself. We can achieve this process, get to the end of it, and we'll be better informed. If we're respectful and straight and honest with our community, most reasonable people will have an opinion on it, but they'll also accept and respect that council's trying to act on behalf of their community. The blueprint for how you get there is never always clear, but I believe at the end of it, we can reflect back and go, well, it was worth the effort. That would be my aspiration. I may be overly optimistic, but I think it's worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, we'll wrap up debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote. You've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. All right, with 10.3, councillors, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to Queensland Police Service at Marlborough. Councillor Mather, you are moving this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Debate is live, so Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's a little bit long, but I think it's important that members who are watching have appreciation of what we're trying to do here. The motion is that Council write to the Minister for Police and Corrective Services, voicing its extreme concerns over the prolonged absence of a permanent police presence in the township of Marlborough. He also be advised that, one dot point, the section of the Bruce Highway between St Lawrence and Yamba is historically known as the horror stretch for having some of the most serious accidents requiring emergency services to attend. Police data will confirm this. The Marlborough resources currently consist of 2 paramedics and voluntary SES only, with a wide geographical area of responsibility. The regularity of serious accidents in the Marlborough stretch necessitated the construction of a helipad in the town. The presence of over 500 itinerant workers housed in camps and private accommodation in the Marlborough and further north to Clark Creek are all related to military and other major developments in the area. This large influx of workers currently need a police presence. Police presence is often warranted in the township of Stanage Bay, 150k southeast, where water police are often called to address criminal activity. More recently, there were 2 break-ins in the town, that's Marlborough, by alleged non-residents. The Queensland Ambulance Service residence is now being assumed to be the public place to get help, placing an unnecessary risk to the safety of those officers. The Minister be advised that Council is aware of the circumstances causing the absence of the currently appointed officer in the town, but feel it's unfair to expect this community to protect its own and carry the responsibilities of this absence indefinitely, given the above. Council implore the Minister to take whatever steps are available to him to address this situation, and copies to the member for Morani, member and Assistant Commissioner Mr Kev Guttridge, the Assistant Commissioner for the Central Region. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? All right, Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak for?
Oh, just a few words, really. We're talking about supporting our communities, and this support letter has nothing but good intentions. And therefore, to send a support letter requesting a police presence will show the Marlborough community and those surrounding communities that Council really is on their side, and we do care and value them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood?
I'll speak for this one. I'll speak for this one too, Mr Mayor. Whilst I'm not sure or don't know whether all the statements made within I suppose letter or
the motion
are correct, I do totally think that it's necessary in a community with such a large geographic area, and with all the differing variations of police work that might arrive, such as serious accidents and coastal community altercations, etc. I think it's absolutely necessary, being an ex-police officer myself on an isolated area, and knowing that once when I was not relieved for 3 weeks during illness, that there was a certain amount of carnage broke out. So I think it's really, really important that that QPS, lift their game a little bit here and make sure that there is a police presence within that township and within that area.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillors, I'm going to open the floor. Does anyone else wish to speak before we go to Councillor Mather to wrap up?
I haven't spoken to it, Mr Mayor, but I think I've said enough in the body of the motion, but there are a few matters that I'd like to just raise. Thank you.
All right. No other speakers? Or Councillor Mather, the floor is yours to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As you'll note on the bottom of the notice, I had a phone appointment with the Assistant Commissioner, Mr Guttridge, that week. And he said, when this goes to, I've given him a copy of what I've written, and he said, when this goes to the Minister, it will be bounced back to him. And he totally understands it, and he is working on it. With a little bit of luck, it might be a couple of months and we could have a resolution there. So he understands that. But in saying that, the officer who is assigned to the station is away on medical grounds, and the way the policy goes within the force, that if an officer's been assigned, you can't replace them. But because of the prolonged absence, they obviously realise they need to take some steps. And I think if members visit the community of Marlborough and talk to the people there, they'll understand that just what they've been suffering, because they've had to do the law and order thing themselves and remind people of what you're doing. You can't vomit in the street, you can't urinate in the street, you can't drive your car after you've had too many drinks. This is what they're doing up there. They're looking after things themselves. There is no second officer in that area, and as Councillor Eastwood would know, that area is quite expansive. It goes to Standish Bay and it goes up to St Lawrence, and there is no second officer for relief. So it's a fairly stressful sort of an environment, because you are the horror stretch. And if it weren't for the goodwill of the St Lawrence officer and the North Rockhampton and the Central Police Station, they do their patrols up and down the highway from time to time, and as resources are provided.
And the water police too, Councillor Mayor.
Sorry?
And the water police too.
And yes, and the water police, especially in the Standish Bay area, because they've had criminal activity up there, which they've actually had to deal with up. So they do cross over, they do complement each other, but there's nothing like a police presence when you've got 500 itinerants in the area on top of your population. So it's a necessary fact that that needs to have the presence of a permanent officer, Mr Mayor, and I think that's all I need to say on this one. Members, I think, will understand, but I'd encourage members to go up to the Marlborough over the Christmas and talk to the people and get a first-hand view of what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. We'll wrap up debate, councillors, and go to the vote. We've got a move of Councillor Mather, beg your pardon. Second of Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, we've got 10.4, which is, sorry, try that again. Questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to rural road cheating expenditure. This is just a reception of this one, councillors. Moving Councillor Mather, I'm assuming. Can I get a seconder, please? Yes, in a second. Second to Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Yes, I just do receive the report, and thank the officers for the. I didn't expect it would come in so quickly, but I'm very grateful that it is. I just noticed that I asked about the resheets. I asked about the resheets specifically because of, as I've raised on a number of occasions, what I consider the lack of gravel on our road. So it's good to see the resheets that are coming out this budget, and in fact they're 3 times more than they have been in previous years. So I'm very grateful for that. So, and it's an interesting fact.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
And Mount Bison, for the last 3 years, it's had 3 instalments of resheeting, $29,087 and $65,000, which is $181,000 just on one road alone. I just wonder why Mount Bison was so important. I do know it quite well, but it just shows what a big bulk of our budget one road can take when our officers deem it necessary to put gravel on a road. That's only one road. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson, question?
I was just a question maybe to Mr Creedham, I'm just wondering why Thompson's Point wasn't added to the resheeting, seeing it's in such terrible condition.
Perhaps that's a question you can take offline, Councillor Watson. Yeah. All right, so we're receiving this report, councillors. Got a move of Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously in the absence of Councillor Friend. So, item 11.1, Councillor Portfolio Policy and Appointments.
Mr Mayor, is this, we need to have Councillor Friend here for this one.
Yes, we shall.
Shall I go and find her? I'm sure she'll be back as
No,
soon
I'm
as she
sure I
can.
know where she is, Councillor Maley. Yeah.
She's probably coughing.
Happy to move the motion, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Can I get a seconder, thank you? Oh,
We're
Councillor
just
Eastman.
coming at 11.1, yours.
We're up to 11.1, Councillor Friend.
So sorry I missed it, Mr Mayor.
We haven't finished it. We just.
Okay, so we've got a recommendation here, a report prepared by the CEO, that one, council endorses the nomination of Councillor Andrea Friend for the appointment to the Local Government Association of Queensland's Natural Assets and Natural Resource Management Advisory Group. Two, notes the resignation of Councillor Nigel Hutton as a board director of Capricorn Enterprise and nominates Councillor Adam Bello for the vacancy. And three, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to amend the councillor portfolio policy to reflect the changes. All right. Mr CEO, did you wish to speak to this report?
I think it's mostly self-explanatory, Mr Mayor. Councillor Friend has sought Council's endorsement of nomination for a position on one of the LGAQ advisory groups. Councillor Hutton given notice of his resignation and has nominated Councillor Bello in his stead. As is normal practice, we amend the councillor portfolio policy to reflect the adopted changes.
All right, thank you. The only question I have is around point 2. We note Councillor Hutton's resignation, but nominates Councillor Bello for the vacancy. I thought the policy basically stipulated it has to be the portfolio councillor with respect to Councillor Bello. I thought the policy articulates that it has to be the portfolio councillor that gets nominated to the external committees and bodies that basically involve that portfolio.
That could well be the case, Mr Mayor. I've simply reflected the nomination of Councillor Hutton upon his resignation.
Okay, well, can we check on that one, please, Mr CEO? So we might just lay this on the table, councillors, pending further advice from the CEO later in the meeting.
Mr Mayor, is it possible to ask Councillor Hutton why he's vacated that position?
Oh, Councillor
Okay.
Hutton's reasons are potentially his own. So we as a group nominated him, I think, first meeting, and he's been on 4 years. So, you know, the reasons are his, Councillor Mather, but certainly we now have the role of accepting his resignation.
And I just thought he
appointing a
might like to
successor.
share it with it, that's all.
Yeah, well, if Councillor Hutton wishes to do that, that's entirely up to him. But if he doesn't, that's also up to him.
There's a letter of report too, I guess, from Councillor Hutton.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so procedural motion to lay this on the table, pending advice from the CEO later in the meeting. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Got that one, Justine? All rightio. So 11.2 is the infrastructure charges resolution number 5 for 2022. And Mr Lau is presenting this one. Welcome to the table, Mr Lau.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Council, as you're aware, so following the briefing session earlier this month, when a report was presented to Council, recommending or suggesting that Council should increase the infrastructure charges. Since then, this report has provided a bit more clarity, a bit more clarification, a bit more information, taken on board Council's suggestions. The noticeable clarification is, so the report's not the base rate, current base rate is $25,000 per lot, and the application of the rate is actually indexed by CPI, and so applications are charged currently $28,181 per lot. So the increase will be from the $28,180 to the $31,080. So it's just to clarify that the under the existing infrastructure charges resolution, it's the base rate that's 25,000. But when we apply it, we index it with the CPI increase. So that's the noticeable clarification. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, I have
Councillor
a question.
Friends.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. So just looking at this, we're proposing $31,080 in 2023 proposed charge. Then we have Rockhampton Regional Council at $30,677.65. It says maximum charge stipulated by the planning regulation in 2013 at time of adoption. Could you, if this was the maximum charge stipulated by the planning regulation in 2017, why are we exceeding that particular maximum charge stipulated?
Thank you, Councillor. So the to clarify, the regulation is updated. I don't know if it's frequent or regular, but it has been updated since 2017, and the current maximum stipulated by the regulation is the 31,080. So,
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Lau, on page, I think it's 43 of the report, under budget implications. With me?
yes.
Okay, that's right. It says there under costs versus revenue, on the 22nd of August 2022, the Executive Director Infrastructure presented a workshop to Council and outlined a potential shortfall of approximately $5.8 million per year when comparing the cost of delivering trunk infrastructure against the revenue received through infrastructure charges. This figure was based on revenue trends from recent years and the current charge of $25,000. In the section above, the report states that the charge is $28,181.80 with CPI adjustments. So I'm just, I guess, seeking consistency about the figure. 1 minute we're talking about 25,000, next minute we're talking about $28,181.80, which is the $25,000 plus CPI. I guess for the sake of clarity, so we're not confusing the community, I just want to make sure that those figures are consistently applied throughout the report, that's all.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Point taken. There's an oversight that this figure was not updated as well.
That clarified, sorry, through
Sure, yeah.
the officer.
I can attempt to explain my rationale, Councillor Mather, if you
No,
like.
no, look, I went backwards and forwards too, Mr Mayor.
No,
Trying to
throughout
make
the
sense
report,
out of it.
there's a reference to two figures,
Yes.
and they're essentially
25 and 28.
25 and 28, 180, 180. The 28, 180, 180 is the $25,000 plus CPI. But, you know, in reading the report, you get confused because 1 minute they're talking about the $25,000 and they're talking about the $28,000. I'm just seeking that the report be consistent in that figure.
Yes,
We sort of jump from one to the other.
yes.
Yeah.
When this did come up in the briefing session, there was perhaps some discussion around consultation with our development community. Has that figured into this report at all, or had that taken place at all, or was it basically not undertaken at all and just a suggestion and didn't go any further than that? I'm just curious, I suppose.
So, Councillor, yes, there is. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second.
If I can, Mr Chairman, two responses to Councillor Bellow's question. The first is there hasn't been any consultation undertaken. I think the discussion was we would anticipate consultation with people being asked would they like their fees to be increased. The response to be no. The second is that in the body of the report, officers do provide an option around a staggered start, if you like, to, and I think Michael, when briefing, used the terms inform rather than consult, but to give that sort of lead-in period. That's not what's recommended, but that option is available to councillors.
Yes, Councillor. And also in section on page 43 of the report about the engagement consultation, so it's the intention that after council supports or after council decides what they wish to do, if the decision is to adopt the new charge, then the next phase for officers would be to notify the development industry representatives directly of the new resolution, and then the public can notify the resolution, update it onto council's website, etc. So yes, to confirm, as the CEO said, consultation has not been carried out as yet, which is pending council resolution.
Thank you. Can I just have one follow-up question to that? Historically, when would our last consultation have occurred with the development sector, on a broader scale? I know I attended one probably quite a few number of years ago. I'm just curious, have we had any of recent times or?
2017, however, this planning scheme. We have held development forums in the past, and we have one planned for the new year. And previously it was 2017 was the last development forum, which was around a similar time to when the end of 2016-17 when the scheme went on notification. And then there was some engagement through the drafting of the LGIP, the local government infrastructure plan that currently sits within the planning scheme. Nothing as formalised or as extensive as when the scheme was originally notified.
Right. Thank you.
So, sorry, Councillor, as Erin mentioned, as part of the review of the local government infrastructure plan that we're currently undertaking, it's the intention that so early next financial year there'll be a series of workshops with our consultant of officers and council as well to review the draft, and afterwards there will be some consultation with the development community as well after that.
Councillor Watson, question?
Excuse me, Mr. Lau, I was just wondering, is this the true cost, or are we subsidising the cost of this, or what is the case? Are we dearer, or, I'm trying to get an idea of whether we actually subsidise this as a council or whether they're paying the true cost.
So, Council, I guess these charges were based on cost estimates at the time. And so, for actual delivery of the infrastructure, we that will be budgeting for the actual costs, obviously, but these charges, the only way we can develop the charges is based on cost estimates. So we're predicting it'll be cost when we deliver. So it's hard to. There's no way to actually recover the cost, actual true costs, unless, I guess, we enter into an infrastructure agreement with the developer for the developer to deliver, provided it's not consistent with the local government infrastructure plan. But otherwise, the charges are set based on cost estimates, so we can't really deviate from the charging resolution unless then the development's not consistent with our local government infrastructure plan. If that makes sense.
Well, it's just the other day I was talking to Mr. Creedeman about this, and he said that we do subsidise this quite a bit. And I'm just trying to find out what the case was.
Councillor Watson, if I could perhaps supplement, I think you'd find it rare that a coastal council in Queensland would be recovering the cost through the capped charges. That's the reason they are capped. The Queensland Government has capped the cost as a development incentive effectively. I think there's councils not far from here that if they were charging actual costs, the figure would be at least double the cap. As Tony points out, that the costs vary from lot to lot. Some are easier to service than others, but generally speaking, the cap does not recover the full cost of infrastructure for new allotments.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Right, any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Mather?
And I'm just wondering, do we need to go to the full, we're going from what, 25 to 31? If we could do that in steps? Because,
Well, again, I'd pose the question, it's $28,181 with CPI. Are we going from that figure to 31, or what are we doing here, guys?
Sorry, just to clarify, the adopted charge right now is $25,000 a lot. There is a number of developments that have been levied that charge, which if they were to pay it today, they would be, with CPI increases, paying $28,000 a lot. There's somewhat of a anomaly in the adopted infrastructure charges resolution, in that if I was to issue an approval to a subdivision today and levy the charge, I could only levy $25,000, not the 28. That 28 figure only gets paid a year after I've issued the charges notice. So if I was a developer and I got my approval and I worked very hard to build my estate and very quickly got my survey plan in ready to pay the charges, I may well be able to pay the 25, but the majority of developments will currently, as it stands right now, be paying $28,080.
So the difference between the CPI increase, in other words, if developers pay straight away, there's an incentive to do that.
Correct.
Because they won't get hit with the CPI.
Yes.
Just a question, Aaron. So say if we did pass this today and a developer has to pay the $31,080 or whatever, and they don't get it done in a year, and CPI is quite high at the moment with inflation, or possibly going to be even higher, so they're going to be up for even more.
It will still be within the cap nominated by the state government legislation, though. And it will be changing to PPI, not CPI, which is a slightly different calculation.
Just quickly, so you're saying if we approved it to 31,080, you'd still add CPI 12 months later?
After 12 months, yeah.
Okay. And we any idea what that...
It won't ever pass that cap.
Right.
The state government has historically raised that cap, but CPI can never allow an increase over the cap within the legislation. But
Okay,
the legislation does, at times, get updated to reflect the larger figure.
So it'd still be 31.
That's right,
Okay.
still be 31 until such time as the regulation
Cap.
increases the cap,
Yep.
and then we can
Okay.
adjust it, yes.
So they sort of lose the incentive to pay straight away if we did that, because there's no increase in the CPI.
If you're going to the cap, yes.
just a question to the officers, Mr Mayor. In this economic climate where the demand is fairly high for development, I guess perhaps the cash flow isn't as high as the demand for developers. Do you see any disadvantage by bringing it up to the $31 at this time? I mean, we're trying to encourage people to come, we're trying to encourage them to develop, and yes, we can have infrastructure agreements, and perhaps they don't have the money that they can pay up front and save themselves a few dollars per lot. But will it be a disadvantage to us if we were to do it at this time?
I guess, Councillor, there's a section in the report, the officers' conclusions, I suppose, is that officers don't believe it will stymie development, and if taking similar councils in the area who have in the previous years raised it to the cap, and there's no evidence suggesting that development has slowed in those local government areas, and so officers are of the opinion that it shouldn't affect development.
I guess, Councillor Mather, we also still have in place the deferred infrastructure charges policy. So there is still the ability for a developer to defer the payment of these charges to the point of sale of that lot, or within 2 years of council endorsing the survey plan. So we still at this point offer that. Now that policy is due for renewal at the end of this year, and officers are exploring other opportunities to offer incentives to the development industry, and we're exploring some not alternatives but additional incentives that may be feasible, which we'll present to you next year.
So about how far down the track, because if we do this now, perhaps will it conflict or would...
It doesn't conflict. It sits complementary and concurrent to...
So it wouldn't be any benefit in waiting until that review takes place?
No, it's a separate incentive.
Well, we try to get every incentive we can for them.
We have to take a balanced approach in terms of offering the incentive that is going to encourage the type of development in the locations that we want it to happen in, and without putting council in any undue budget stress in terms of delivering that infrastructure.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, just 3 questions. So, am I right in assuming that we're not collecting enough infrastructure charges per property to pay for the infrastructure we require to develop new estates?
Put simply, councillor, yes, that's correct.
Second question. So, even with the change to the funding as proposed to meet the current the top limit as to where the infrastructure charges are, will we be collecting enough money to cover the costs of the infrastructure charges required to implement the infrastructure we require for new estates and growth of the Shire?
So by raising it to the maximum, council still does not.
So it's a no. So
Yeah,
even
that's
if we
right.
go to the highest of the high, we're still not covering the cost. So my third and
correct.
final question is, so who covers the cost of the difference between what we can charge in infrastructure charges and the true cost of providing that infrastructure?
Essentially ratepayers.
Okay, so the rates that are paid on existing residents cover the cost, and I thank you very
That's
much.
correct. Thanks.
All right. So, councillors, any other questions? Councillor Watson.
Just one last question following on from Councillor
Hutton.
Sorry, Nigel. It's not even my birthday. If there is that difference, have you any idea how much difference? I know you said it was hard to work it out, but is it a great amount? Is it a small amount? Are we talking in the thousands?
The difference between the revenue received and the actual cost of infrastructure, you mean, councillor? Yes. So in the previous report by Michael did highlight an approximate, and that was covered in the report. So approximately $5.8 million per year shortfall. That's over the life of the local government infrastructure plan, which is 15 years. Yeah. So, the new local government infrastructure plan will have updated cost estimates, and I'm confident that that figure will increase depending on the number of trunk infrastructure identified. But at this stage, it looks like it's going to increase.
All right. Any other questions, councillors, before we go to debate on this? Can I get a mover for this one? Councillor Hutton, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Watson. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And to our community, I think that there's a couple of important messages that we need to get out there. And the first is that we recognise that Livingstone is continuing to grow. And to provide the capacity for more housing, we know that we have plenty of land available, but getting the infrastructure in place to support that is incredibly important. And each and every year that Livingstone has rates that are below the maximum charge at the moment, we recognise that Livingstone will have the rates of everyday ratepayers subsidising the cost of new developments, and it is a growing disproportionate rate due to the cost pressures that we see occurring across the globe. This does then place a burden on new developments and on new residences, which we recognise adds to the burden of housing. However, by increasing supply, we hope that over time that we're able to see some balancing out of that, the yin and the yang equation, that the infrastructure charges might go up, but by producing more housing, the impact that we see on individual house valuations for the development of new property hopefully will balance. This doesn't make it easier. We know that developers are still struggling to access cash to invest in this marketplace, which is why we need to be cognizant of this. But by the same token, we cannot, as the managers or the fiduciary responsibility holders of this organisation, continue to place it in a situation where we're hindering growth because we can't afford to put the infrastructure in place, nor have situations where developers are being told, you actually have to hold back your development because we need time for the infrastructure over a 5-year period because we haven't got the funds to fulfil it today. So we have obligations to provide infrastructure. We need to make sure we're collecting the right amount of infrastructure charges to provide it, even though we know that we are never going to make up the gap. And in some communities, that gap is in the tens of thousands of dollars, but we're assured here that the gap's not in the tens of thousands of dollars, which, touch wood, remains to be a positive sign on our behalf. But this is a step in going in that direction, and I support the officers in believing that by having the conversation with our community around implemented change, that we're able to provide support to our development community, and perhaps, as Councillor Eastwood alluded to in a previous council meeting, that knowing that the change is occurring may lead to some very quick movement of people wanting to get in under the current infrastructure charges regime, which may give a little bit of a bump. But it's a change that's necessary. It's not one that any of us are happy to do, but we recognise that there's a cost associated with providing infrastructure that's not covered by infrastructure charges, and we need to do the best we can on behalf of our community to recoup that cost so that we can fulfil our obligation to provide the infrastructure to help continue to grow our shire into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against?
That'd be me, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, as Councillor Hutton did allude to at a previous meeting, I did mention that people might try to get in under or prior to a rise in the infrastructure charges. And so that leads me to, I guess, the question. We've got a new LGIP going to be going ahead next year, so why don't we put this forward and actually come up in that new plan after we've had the community consultation, the consultation with the developers, to see actually where that goes. I just think we're rushing in too early. We're jumping straight up to the highest level again. So we've just got ourselves off being one of the top rateable properties, and now our highest rates and charges, and now we're going to do the same with our infrastructure charges. So why don't we just slow down a bit? We don't know what the economy is going to do. This gives us a little bit of time. It gives time for people to come in and developers to develop within that 12-month period or 6-month period or whatever it is until we actually get the LGIP up, and it just gives us some breathing space. Otherwise, we're going to go straight to the top of the list. We're going to be the highest one again. You know, aren't we trying to get off that bandwagon? You know, let's get some middle ground here. At the moment, 28 grand, it seems reasonable to me. We can look at it further on down the track when we do the new LGIP, but not now. Let's put it off. Let's wait. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I take on board the previous speaker, Mr Mayor. We are one of the highest rated shires or local governments in the state. And the whole idea of increasing the infrastructure charges is to alleviate the pressures on our own ratepayers. That is the very principle of what we're trying to do here. Because while we've got $5.8 million that our ratepayers are subsidising over the next 15 years, we're trying to eliminate or reduce those pressures. So that's why we're having to do this today, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Picking up from the point from Councillor Mather there in terms of trying to alleviate the pressure on our ratepayers, we've identified that growth is the best way for that to happen. A broader rate base, broader diversity in the market that may see increasing in high density living in our CBD potentially. There's a whole spectrum of ways that growth can come, and the development community is the one that ultimately partner with council to bring that development. Philosophically, I'm voting against this because I wanted to communicate with the development community. And it may be the case that we go and ask them something that we know the answer to, but I'd rather ask them first I'd rather show to them that we are prepared to invite them into the tent, be a part of the process of consultation, genuine consultation. At the end of it, if we still sit with the same decision, that's fine. But who knows what would come out of bringing those diverse developers in under the tent to provide their insights into, hey, have you thought about this? Maybe you could incentivise higher density living in your CBD. If you can do this for us, we're ready to go. If we don't have that conversation, I think we're restricting ourselves by just going down this path. I recognise the importance of collecting as much as we can on behalf of their ratepayers totally. Without that meaningful consultation, philosophically, and it may be a personality trait where I tend to want to speak to people and listen to them and actually ask them, hey, this is what we're proposing, what do you think? You're the ones who do it. I'd like to hear from you. So on those grounds, I'm not prepared yet to support it, but I thank the officers for their intent. I can say that some of the developers I've spoken to speak extremely highly of all council, but their planning department, they're very, very appreciative of the way that they work with the planners. So I just wanted to pass that on to you guys. This is not a reflection of your professional judgment. It's just where I'm at in terms of consultation. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone else wish to speak for? Anyone else speaking against? All right, Councillor Hutton, did you want to wrap up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I thank the councillors for their contributions on the debate. We all recognise that today, as of this moment, the current LGIP that's in place provides the current guide as to the infrastructure that we need to put in. That infrastructure guide has demonstrated that we have not collected enough revenue, so that each and every year in recent memory we've been subsidising new infrastructure at the cost of current ratepayers. This undoubtedly does provide a pressure point. So we recognise that this council as an organisation and council table made a conscious choice to say that we didn't want to be the second highest rates in Queensland and have moved our rates downwards by putting downwards pressure on rates so that we're now number 4, getting very close to number 5, but number 5 peskily also did things with their rates this last year, which meant that we didn't get to go down below them as well. However, that pressure still remains. By delaying a decision to implement a charges regime which does recoup further funds but yet does not cover the cost of providing infrastructure, what we are effectively doing is we're adding extra pressure to the ratepayers of today and their rates notices that they will receive come March, come June, July, whenever the next rate notice will go out. It's important that we do have costs for services and that, you know, the people who are receiving the benefit of goods do pay, which is where an infrastructure charges regime looks to the future and the costs of implementing a schedule over 15 years. And I actually full-heartedly agree with the Deputy Mayor in that we do need to consult with our development community and look for opportunities to put in place incentives. However, those incentives cannot be across the whole grade. They are going to have to be about where we have places where we have excess capacity in the existing network that we can afford to provide incentive without actually having to put new infrastructure in place that will then cause a further deterioration of the gap between infrastructure requirements versus the funding we have available for them. That conversation does need to be had, and I believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But for the sector as a whole, we recognise that there is a pressure that's occurring. The pressure is a choice between levying charges against these new properties and these new estates as they developed to try and recoup more of the cost, but not all of the cost of providing that infrastructure, versus laying that burden upon the ratepayers of today on their residents that they already have. I believe that we know that we're not covering that gap. We can't cover that gap. So it is responsible for us to set the bar to where the bar is to the new standard. We know that in 12 months' time, that bar will be out of date and it will be even further. We know that in less than 12 months' time, we'll have a new LGIP that we'll talk about because of the growth of this shire. We're going to have to put more infrastructure in place, which means that we'll actually probably see a widening of that gap. Don't leave for tomorrow something that you can do for today if it means that you're going to help try and relieve some of that pressure, if it is our goal to try and make sure that we continue the downwards trend that we've seen our rates go in recent years. This is an important step about being responsible and doing that in that way.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, second Councillor Watson. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. All right, councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, councillors, members of the team. We will a procedural motion to resume after morning tea. Thank you, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say that the birthday cake which we had at morning tea to celebrate your birthday was absolutely fantastic, so thank you very much.
It was very nice,
We
wasn't it?
appreciate that. And,
Well, thank the team for organising that,
yeah,
because I had
Justine and
absolutely nothing to
and
do
that-
with it.
yeah, it was absolutely lovely. So,
Yeah.
and happy birthday too, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy.
Happy birthday, Mr Chair.
I'm getting to the age now I'm starting to count backwards. We might duck back to 11.1, which is the council portfolio policy and appointments, and knock that out of the way before we go on with the engineers, councillors. So can we move to, or resolve to remove that or lift it from the table, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so Mr CEO, you had some advice for us.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and as I should have done in presenting the report, referred to the councillor portfolio policy, and as I say in email that I've shared with councillors, although it's not explicit, I think an interpretation of or a plain reading of clause 5.3.3 would suggest that councillors' appointments to committees and boards do align or have some regard for the portfolios assigned to each councillor, and that therefore in the case of Capricorn Enterprise that would either be the Mayor Economic Development or Councillor Watson in the tourism portfolio. It was presumptuous of me to not include that otherwise, and I apologise for doing so.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Well, councillors, I wasn't looking for another role, so with respect to Councillor Bello and trying to follow the intent of the policy, I was going to nominate Councillor Watson for the position to go onto the board of Cap Enterprise, given that tourism is part of his portfolio. So I just seek an amendment to the proposed resolution, councillors, and nominate Councillor Rhodes Watson.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor. It needs a seconder.
And again, with absolute respect to Councillor Bellows, no offence intended there at all. It's just trying to follow the purview of the policy.
Mr Mayor, may I quickly just say that under the portfolios that are noted, liaison with regional tourist organisation is one of the key roles of Councillor Watson's portfolio.
Yep. Okay. So, councillors, looking at the three components of that resolution then, we're endorsing the nomination of Councillor Friend for appointment to the Local Government Association of Queensland's Natural Assets and Natural Resource Management Advisory Group. But do you want to split these, councillors? Or are you happy to deal with them en masse? All together? Right. Then secondly, note the resignation of Councillor Nigel Hutton as Director of Capricorn Enterprise and nominates Councillor Rhodes Watson for the vacancy. And 3, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to amend the councillor's portfolio policy to reflect the changes. All right. All right, well, I'm happy to move that amended motion, councillors. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend? Happy, Councillor Friend?
Yes. I wasn't sure, Mr Mayor, if I should second that or not, being that I'm part of the resolution.
Right, okay, well maybe we won't.
There was no resolution.
Councillor Mather, you happy to second?
Yes, happy to do that, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you.
But I do have a question, if there are going to be some questions.
Yes, fire away.
Seeing Councillor Hutton has said, I'm not going to be part of that anymore, which means it's taken off his portfolio. To balance that, we don't want to stack everybody up. So is he prepared to take something off somebody else to make up for that loss?
Well, that's something we can consider later on, Councillor
Because
Mather. I think it's
we don't want to overstack somebody up. That's what I'm saying.
I understand the intent, but that would require a discussion with Councillor Hutton and also determining what other councillors may or may not wish to relinquish and what's available. So we might
I'd like to share my roads with Councillor Hutton. I'm sure he'd like them. Your wife would never see you.
She already doesn't.
All right, so councillors, we've got a mover myself, seconded councillor Mather in this one. Can I go to the vote? All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, so we're back to 11.3, Mr CEO, and welcome back to the table, Mr Lau, and welcome Mr Creedman.
Good morning again, council. This application for permanent road closure. As you may be aware, if you recall, this one was presented at the October meeting and left on the table. So to summarise, it's an old application presented to the state government back in 2016, and since then that it progressed very slowly. And just recently this year, the state government has requested that council review, and just to confirm that if we have any additional comments or if our previous comments are still valid. And so officers are recommending that council supports the, or does not object to the permanent road closure. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions, councillors? We're on 11.3. Councillor Mather? Okay, any other questions from the councillors while waiting on Councillor Mather? No, this is the one at Marlborough, Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, I was going to have a change to that recommendation. I was going to propose a change to that recommendation. The council resolved to advise the Department of Resources that it does not support the permanent closure of parts of 9 Mile Road in Marlborough, shown as areas A and B on the drawing such and such.
Well, Councillor Mather, that's not an amendment, that's a completely
It's
different
another
resolution.
motion altogether, yes.
So I'll deal with the recommendation here first, and we'll foreshadow yours. Any questions to the officers about this? Councillor Friend?
Actually, Mr Mayor, through the chair, I had a question for Councillor Mather in relation to any further information from residents in that area.
Mr Mayor, I did bring one of the residents and they know nothing about it. We're concerned that they weren't invited, because I think that's what the DNR policies reflect. There should be consultation with neighbours, and the other local person who joins that land as well. Atkinson family haven't been notified either. So that concerned me, because I don't understand how a portion of this road can enhance the existing landowner and applicant.
Well, in fairness to Department of Resources, Councillor Mather, all this is part of a process that they might get around to in terms of consulting or engaging with the local neighbouring landowners. At this stage, all they're doing is asking council for its view on whether this particular parcel of land should be closed or not. I'm not going to presume to understand the Department of Resources processes, but I know for a fact that consultation and engagement is part of their process. So if it hasn't happened at this point, I'm fairly confident it will.
Mr Mayor, in the report, it showed that they had been to us, DNR had been to us before, and we had shown no interest, in fact no objection at that time. It sort of sat in limbo in their bottom drawer for some time, And when they resurrected it and thought that this is a bit long now, we'll start the process again. This is the new process.
Correct.
So if they haven't made communication with the adjoining neighbours at this point in time, I would be very surprised that they will at this point in time. And I think if we were to say we have concerns because it is a gazetted road, unconstructed, and we're actually taking the middle bit out of that gazetted road, not knowing what the future
Well,
will
I think
bring.
we're getting into debate
Yeah,
here,
yes, I
Councillor.
understand.
Yeah.
If there was any opportunity for the DNR to talk to the neighbours, they would have done it by now.
Well, as I said, perhaps that's coming to Councillor Mather, in fairness to DNR. All right, any other comments, councillors, questions for the officers? Do I have a mover for this recommendation then, and a seconder? All right, so move Councillor Watson. Can I get a seconder, please? I'm happy to second. I'll put my hand up for that so we can get debate going. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
No, I'm fine, thanks. I just look at it as it's been going since 2018, and there doesn't seem to be a problem with it, as far as I can see when I've read it. So I'm happy for it to happen.
Right.
Also, we're only giving
Advice.
our advice on it anyway, so they'll be making the final decision, won't they?
Indeed.
As long as they talk to the people out there as well.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, we can't say yes or no on the condition that the DNR does this, because I think they've done their diligence, and I do know the applicant and I do know the landowners around them, and I have concerns. That's all I'll say, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else speaking for? Are we happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Anyone else wish to speak? All right, so we'll wrap up debate then. Councillor Watson, did you want to wrap up at all? You're okay. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, a seconder in myself. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. 11.4. This is the Venture Road Trail matter. Again, over to Mr Lau, Mr Creedman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, Council, the application for permanent road closure, known as the Venture Trail, officers believe that it is of significant interest to the community and to council, and are recommending that the council does not support the application. As outlined in the report, there are a number of reasons, whether it's a historical fire trail or fire access route, environmental values, etc. And so officers believe that it should not be supported. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr Lau. Thank you. A natural resource management, it states in the report, does not support closure as this has strategic environmental and community value. Would you be able to elaborate on these values?
At present, I do not recall, sorry, Councillor, and I can take it on notice and provide further information.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, I do have a question. It probably more relates to the process, which is something that concerns me a little bit based on a previous one that we had. Is there the opportunity, or would it be offered to the applicant, other than just to provide, justifications in a letter, but to provide them the opportunity to attend either a briefing session or a council meeting to provide the justification for why they want the particular course of action that they want to take, so that there's, I guess, a better understanding from the landholder's perspective as to the impact that may be the catalyst for why they're wanting to do this. So I'm just curious as to whether that's in the process, or is that something that council would need to initiate to say we invite the landholder to provide further evidence to support their position. Otherwise, it seems that we're at arm's length from them, other than perhaps what's in the report there to say that there's been issues with fencing, cattle getting out, hoons driving there. So I'm probably looking at it from a process perspective.
Mr Mayor, if councillors would like to add to the process for road closures that the applicant addresses the council, that can certainly be arranged, and we can make that part of normal practice. I would think that rare, well, it is rare in my experience, but we can certainly do that. If I understood correctly, and I'll actually ask this as a question, was there a site meeting since the last meeting on this, but it didn't involve the applicant?
Yeah, thank you for the question, because I was keen to meet out there and get some local perspective on the context of it, and that meeting was arranged, but unfortunately it was with not the owner. It was with the Rural Fire Brigade, who's providing a supporting letter to say that they didn't see it as a strategic fire trail. But for me, primarily, this meeting with the applicant would have been perhaps more beneficial to give me some insights into the real impact that they were expressing and to see it firsthand. So that meeting didn't take place, which for me is perhaps disappointing and somewhat, and that's no criticism of council whatsoever. But thankfully the staff have provided a contact phone number, but I haven't as yet been able to contact the individual.
So, Councillor, the report does outline some of the reasons why the applicant had applied for a permanent road closure. In that he states that the fence is being knocked over, his cattle escaping, etc. And in his words, the hoons and motorbikes disturbing the area. So I guess this is, keeping in mind this is an application for permanent road closures to the state government. If the applicant, regardless of this, whether it's successful or not, the applicant is well within their rights to approach council and consider alternatives, such as council has the power to temporarily close roads, and council can work with the landowner to try and control or mitigate those problems. So yes, by all means, that the applicant can approach officers, approach councillors and discuss alternative treatments, alternative measures.
Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Mr. Lau, so temporarily, does that mean like, sorry, I can't see a damn thing through those, like putting a gate across there that can still be accessed, like you're on a cattle property, you know that you can access it, but you've got to open and close gates as you go?
Yes, councillor, exactly that.
I have a question.
Councillor Friend.
Thanks, Mr. Lau. So I understand that the Rural Fire Brigade was in support of this particular road closure, and being a strategic fire trail, why do you think that might be?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. To my knowledge, officers haven't spoken to the Rural Fire Brigade regarding that. What I understand is that the application was made by the resident, and they obviously sought the Rural Fire Brigade's input. It's not common again for officers to then go and search out the applicant's I guess local residents or groups who support their application. Our fire officer has suggested that it's an important link, and to my knowledge, that's what we've taken as face value for the bushfire resilience officers said that it's something that we need for our firefighting for our community. So there's no doubt there is a conflict there between what the Rural Fire Brigade have suggested and what our officers suggested. But once again, I don't think we've in the past have gone through these applications and rung the applicant's contacts, I guess, to indicate what our officers' view is, or confirm or change our officers' views.
Councillor Watson.
So, Councillor Bello, I can't remember, did you say you actually had a meeting with the Royal Fire Brigade? You didn't?
No, I spoke to, along with Councillor Mather, I spoke to John McDonald. He endorsed the sentiments in the letter that he he'd put into the application. But as I said, primarily it was the property owner that I was more interested in speaking to.
But did he say why he thought it wasn't
It's in
the
the
area?
No, I wouldn't want to elaborate on what I thought he said, but his letter was pretty clear. Yep.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, can we get debate started then? Can I get a mover? Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the
Yes,
report?
thank you, Mr Mayor. I also spoke with John MacDonald because we just needed to have some guidance on this one, because being part of the disaster management, our responsibility is to make sure that the fire trails are available and ready for use if and when we need them. In the past, we've found that some of them have not been available, and I do know that from a personal experience, the Kawarral area is a very, very major threat. If you can't get through, the houses and there were shanties and there are all sorts of things destroyed during a big fire down back in some years ago. And the one thing that I was conscious of is that these fire trails need to be available when we need them. I also know from personal experience that if you've got a property, and my dad was on land, if you've got people coming through your place with motorbikes and the likes, the risk of fire alone is a problem. But in this case, we've got a fire trail that's existing, and it needs maintenance on probably an annual or biannual basis to make sure that's available. But it's up to the landowner, who can't close it off to outside public motorbikes and the likes between fire trails, between fire or seasons. So he doesn't have to own it, but I can understand the landowner's concern about having people coming through his property. That's a real given. But at the same time, he does have the right to close gates on either end of that fire trail between seasons. And I would like to think that that we did honour our responsibility in making sure that these fire trails, wherever they are usable when we need them, because that hasn't always happened in the past. And I've been reminded that prior to amalgamation, that they weren't done as well as they could have been done. And during amalgamation, Rockhampton, as I'm told, said, oh no, we won't be doing that. So they've been left to lie for some time without attention. So we need to be very, very sure that with all of this rain that we've had, that we need to make sure that these fire trails are usable if and when the time arises.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against?
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm speaking against this just in principle. I would like to have some context from the property owner itself, and I think it's in the process itself, it could be beneficial to have that interaction. I've seen it in the past where it didn't happen, and it certainly gave us some challenges. So for me, I think the process could be improved by offering to the applicant to come and engage with council. So on that basis, I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillors, I'm going to speak in support of this one simply because I noted very clearly Mr Lau's comments before in relation to the landowner's ability to come and engage with council about further measures for protecting his property. Certainly, we've never been averse to applications for temporary road closures, and they've always been dealt with on their merits. So from my perspective, I think it's important, as Councillor Mather's basically saying, to keep the fire trail open. The issues around wandering stock, hoons on motorcycles, weed infestations are things that council can potentially assist in managing, but certainly going to speak in support of this today. Anyone speaking against? All right, we're happy to wrap up debate, councillors. All right. Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up on this one? All right, we'll go to the vote then. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, second to Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried. 11.5, councillors, is the Capital Works Progress Report for the first quarter 22-23. Mr. Creedman, you're dealing with this one, I'm assuming?
I'm going to tag team with Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Coordinator Project Management Office, so I might ask Mr. Mills to begin.
Thank you. Welcome to the table, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't speak to it in immense detail. There was quite a bit of information provided in the commentary. Essentially, I guess the first quarter of the current year has progressed reasonably well. Our adjustment for the carryovers from last year was probably the smallest it's been for a number of years, and that probably an acceptance of officers that we only have a certain amount of capacity to continue works any one year, so we certainly have a good outcome for that. In terms of key performance indicators, we have adopted a couple from this point on, for this year and into the future. Both of those indicators, one being the total amount of spend plus the committals we have in the system, and one for the amount of drawing and planning work we've achieved. Both are very positive. We set ourselves a goal of 40% for the first quarter for the committals and actuals, and that is currently at 65%. So in that respect, we certainly have a lot of work loaded into the system and ready to action. I guess the proof is in the pudding, and we need to action it, I suppose. But so far, after the first quarter, we are in a very good position. The second KPI, as I said before, is about the amount of design work we have completed in the year. So in other words, that we are maintaining forward capacity in terms of being able to finalise work. In that respect, we are very close to having a pro rata amount having been completed for the first quarter. So in both respects, I think we are looking very positive. We're always under pressure from both the weather, as we're very much aware of in the last couple of months, and also the ongoing supply chain issues that we have. So in that respect, we are still in very challenging times, but the result for the first quarter is very positive.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Any questions, councillors? All right, well, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say thank you very much for all the work that you're continuing to do and the work that's gone into this report. Thank you.
Yes, I echo that and also look forward to a positive outcome in terms of the delivery of the capital works program over the annual year. All right, councillors, you happy just to go to the vote on this one? Receiving it and noting the progress of the capital works program. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Mills. 11.6, councillors, is the Infrastructure Portfolio Quarterly Management Report for the period 1 July 22 to 30 September 22. And Mr. Creedman, I think this one is squarely in your lap.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I'd just like to highlight a few of the, some of these KPIs cross over into our Office of the CEO report as well, but I'd just like to highlight that from a safety point of view, we've achieved 6 months of 0 lost time injuries, which is, I think Christy may have mentioned, but this is a record for our council, which is pleasing from an infrastructure point of view. We have a lot of staff out in the field, so that is a very good result. Everyone's working towards ensuring our safety targets are met. With respect to our customer service requests, our closeout rates are on page 112. So I say this each and every time I present this report. It's a closeout rate, which is a quantitative measure. The qualitative measure is the more telling stat, which we're working on to try and to deliver a meaningful statistic, but also to deliver for the community a good customer service closeout rate. So that's something that's pleasing, that we're getting a lot of customer requests. We're closing them. And then the second and high level response around that is how we do respond and how we do talk to our customers, either on the phone or on site. And we're trying to embed that customer first approach into our business. A new statistic which I've included in the report is our absenteeism rate. So that's a corporate KPI which across our business we're looking to have a less than 4.5% absenteeism rate. So that's basically sick leave and personal leave statistic. You can see within the first quarter, our infrastructure business, there's fluctuations between some of the groups there. I noticed in looking at some of the higher figures, there's some improvements that we need to do, which managers are looking into. But there's also some long-term illnesses, which people are working through with their own health issues, but it does add to the statistics. So it's good to see us report these through our management team, through human resources, and also to the table so that we can understand some of the metrics around our workforce. I'll just move down into quality management system, which is towards the middle of page 115. So in the last quarter, we have had an external audit of our quality management system, and we received very positive feedback from our auditor, and we were recertified for a further 3-year period, which is pleasing, and that's shows the good work by our quality management team and also across our business to ensure that we embrace our systems to ensure quality management is achieved. So that's pleasing. As mentioned in the last report, one of our lead indicators is in our capital delivery is our design program. So we have completed 90% of our designs for this year's capital program, and then we'll finish the remainder of our design projects for this financial year by Christmas, which is excellent. So it's always good to have our designs shovel ready for our construction crews so that we can order materials and keep the flow of work as efficiently as we can. Within the water and waste operations, I'd like to highlight the excellent work that the team's completed on renewing the Mount Charlton Reservoir. So at the time of reporting, this was 80% complete, this project, but I was up there last week and talking to a couple of the contractors and our own staff, and we're filling the reservoir now. It's probably about 3/4 full, and it's basically got a new lease of life. So it's got a new roof. It's been patched internally, and it's got a new coating system on the outside, and it's ready to provide our water needs for the next 30 or so years. So that's really pleasing. That project went very well. And also within our waste group, in the last quarter, we've rolled out the electronic waste vouchers. So that was a very pleasing to see. We're only second council in Australia to have a waste app. In our next report, I'd like to show the council and the community some of the statistics around waste voucher usage. We can break that down via regions and whether people are using them for what type of waste and that type of thing. So it'll be very good data for us moving forward. And also we have a CQ Rock tender out at the moment for a material recovery facility, which is MRF, and we're partnering with five other CQ councils to deliver that service locally. So that will be good to see that tender close, and then the assessments. Our plant utilisation rate is on page 121. It's still lower than our target, so the team has done quite a bit of work over the past 6 months to rationalise our fleet and also to sort of rotate some of our machinery to ensure that we don't have spikes of some plant being what I call overutilised and some being underutilised. So we're trying to rationalise that and ensure that our asset management plan is written in to ensure that our utilisation rates meet a 70% target. And finally, we've just got some photos of the last page of the report, which show some of the stage works for Stanage Bay Road, Emu Park reservoir slab that's been completed in October, and then there's a photo of the roof at Mount Charlton. So I'm happy to take questions from the councillors and commit it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Councillor Mather.
Not a question, Mr. Creedman, just acknowledgement of the staff and yourself who've overseen these projects and have committed to them over this time. The Mount Charlton Reservoir is a $1.4 million project to refurbish what was a century-old establishment there, with very bleak outlook at that stage. And I'd like to also thank the members for contributing to that good faith to feed the people of that part of the Shire this good water supply that we have. So would you please pass on my thanks to all the officers involved with all of these projects, because it just shows that we have a very bright future in this Shire, because we're ahead of the game. And I've spent another day doing asset management in Rockhampton the other day, and I found that interesting. So it's all a learning curve, but in recognising what we're doing and how many people are involved to get those good results, it's a big tick to all of you. If you'd pass that on, please.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Watson.
I've got a question, just also with the Schofield Park amenity block. I've just had a lot of comments saying how much they like what you've done out there, that it's been refurbished in a nice way.
Thank you. I'll pass that on.
All right, councillors, we're receiving this report, so can I get a mover and a second? I move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
Oh, very briefly. I think Mr. Creedman's gone through the report quite well. It's on our website for the community to see, and it's a very interesting read, so I do recommend it. But I'd particularly like to point out a couple of things under my own portfolio and how proud I am of the Livingstone Shire Council staff under the direction of Mr. Creedman under infrastructure, that we are just nailing it when it comes to our KPIs for engineering services, both water and sewer, 100%. You can't get any better than that. And also for water operations and waste operations, we're actually exceeding our KPIs of over 90%. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, got
I do
question?
have a question. Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I think there were two instances where this was mentioned. On page 113 I'm referring to. Rural capital expenditure for the first quarter of 22-23 is below pro rata adopted. The budget, as crews have been undertaking significant works for other units. What are these other units that they're working on? So our capital works, I'm thinking that we should be doing the capital works first in case we run into wet weather. What are the other units that you refer to?
Thank you, Councillor Mather. My recollection is that the other works that we're doing is primarily Tamby Road. So we have a works crew working on behalf of Department of Transport and Main Roads on a footpath project between the roundabout at Bunnings and Trangenbar Road, and also that large block retaining wall along there is part of that project. So that is one of the projects which we're working on. We call that private work, so we do pick up private works from time to time, and within our program we don't always accept private works unless we know we can fit it in and it's in our interest to do so. And this project's been, the footpath at Tamby Road has been something that we've been doing for the main roads for probably 12-15 months now. and we're coming to the end of it, and we'd like to be able to wrap that up and move on to our own projects.
Yeah, yes, thank you, because it is taking an awful long time, and I'm just wondering what is absorbing so much of our staff when our capital works are just waiting in line. Thank you, Mr. Creedman.
All right, we happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Sure.
To the director there, Michael. Just in terms of machinery that is out on site, is there a way that you guys track to make sure that machinery is working, you know, to its full capacity, and not sort of sitting there without an operator in it, given that I guess the cost of those machines and the investment, it's key that they're working, you know, at all available hours. So I'm just curious, how do you guys track that, or is that something that's not tracked, or did they just maybe being stored there or something? And that's not a criticism. It's more from an efficiency perspective. Is there a way that you guys track that so the machines are actually going, you know, every possible hour that they can to maximise that investment?
Thank you, Councillor Bello, for the question. So on page 121 of the report, we do have a commentary around our vehicle utilisation rate. Yeah. So that is trying to track exactly what you're describing, and we do that through 121. So our target at the moment is 70% plant utilisation, and this is could be our yellow plant, or it could be just our utes and passenger vehicles. Yeah. So we're trying to get a metric around exactly what you're describing. We don't have pieces of kit just parked up, not being used. So the way we measure this is through capturing the data from our timesheets. For example, in the construction crews, so all of the plant and equipment has got a charge out rate through our fleet team, and our crews, whenever they use a piece of kit, they need to put that onto their timesheet, how long they've used it for, and obviously that's used for their own pays, but also to charge back to the business on the particular projects for the fleet that they're using for the day. So we have done some work in the last 6 months or so around ensuring that we try and utilise our fleet as best we can, so it doesn't just sit parked up. In doing a review, for example, of passenger vehicles in the last 6 months, we were able to swap some vehicles out. We were able to transfer some vehicles to other departments who may have done a lot more kilometres than where it was currently being allocated to. And we've also got a few vehicles that have been sold through auction, because when we've done the audit, we've realised that, talking to the businesses, it's an underutilised piece of equipment. So we're target of 70%, something that we're aiming for by the end of this financial year. So we'll continue to work through our teams and our asset management plans to make sure we hit that target.
And is that target, if I may, is that consistent across, or is that something that's subjective to each local government, that they determine what they feel is acceptable target, or how is that arrived at? Like, how does that compare, say, with industry, for example, or?
I'll take the question on notice, but I would say that our asset management team do use Institute of Public Works Australia guidelines on a range of asset management targets, and there is a guideline relating to fleet services, and Institute of Public Works Engineers Australia is a peak body for local governments in Australia. I'll take it on notice to get the exact figure and how we've arrived at it, but I do know that in the past, when I've spoken to them, they have utilised those documents quite extensively.
All right, councillors, we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, second Councillor Watson. Are we happy to go to the vote on this one? All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Congratulations on your report. All right. We're up to 11.7, councillors, which is reconfiguring one lot into 12 at 1161 Tanby Road, Tanby. Welcome to the table, Erin and Tracy.
For reconfiguring a lot, one lot into 12 lots at 1161 Tanby Road, Tanby.
You might have to, Justine, can you just go down? There you go.
So the lot is situated south of Yeppoon. You've got Tanby Post Office Road up here to the north, and over here to the northeast is the Tanby Heights rural residential estate. The site's 28 hectares in size and has a split zoning of rural and rural residential zoning under the planning scheme. The proposed lot layout, yeah, that one, thank you. So the proposed lot layout for 1 into 12 lots, I don't know, incorporates lot sizes between 1.43 and 3.28 hectares in size. It also, the site's uniquely got some road reserve already running through this property, so the layouts try to incorporate that existing road reserve into the proposal. And the development will be undertaken in 2 stages, so pretty much most of the lots with just these 2 lots and this bit of road will be the second stage of the development. The existing road reserve runs through the site in this sort of configuration here. So this part will be closed off, this part will be retained, but the new road will just extend to this cul-de-sac head and a new section to the north there. And this is an existing access easement to the lot to the south. Under the planning scheme, the site is mapped with biodiversity, so habitat and vegetation areas, bushfire hazard, our scenic amenity, coastal major road network buffer, and some agricultural areas identified. So in summary, this application was impact accessible and was publicly advertised. There was no submissions received. The application was referred to the state for the vegetation clearing, and the state have supported the proposal. The proposed lots are below the minimum lot size for the rural zoning, but they're consistent with the minimum lot size requirement for the rural residential zoning, which is also over the site, so it has a split zoning. The proposal for the lot sizes is consistent with the surrounding land use pattern and the lot sizes of immediate lots in the area. So the lot layout and the large lot sizes can accommodate future residential uses without compromising the biodiversity values, can mitigate people and property from bushfire risk. So it does have those direct road connections to Tanby Road. It will be connected to the reticulated water as well, and a bushfire management plan will be provided as part of operational works as per our conditions. And the layout has connections to existing road networks and the water reticulation. So the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions, the submission of a bushfire plan and further operational works permits, and infrastructure charges will be levied to the amount of $228,250.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Tracy. Appreciate all your hard work. I only have one question on this particular application, and it's in relation to the state significant vegetation. You've just told us that the state has no objection to it. Could we please look on the map, and would you point out where that state significant vegetation is to the north? And I'd really want to know, does that mean that that area will not be cleared, or the state is allowing it to be cleared?
Yep. So the state mapping covers areas up here and also down here, and they have approved a plan that shows this layout. They've approved this layout.
Sure.
And on the state have approved recognised building locations.
Sure. So on lot 5 and lot 6, for example, are they classed residential? Urban?
So the site's zoning.
Zoning, I beg your pardon.
So this plan up here shows the dark brown is the rural residential zoning
Right,
over the
rural
site,
residential.
and this is like the rural zoning over the
Okay.
site.
So this development, if it is approved today, then these people, once they start to develop it and sell those blocks off, they will be subject to an MCU because of the overlay maps. Would that be correct? So they'd have to come back with an MCU if they were wanting to put, say, a dwelling on a certain area of land.
We have set some conditions on the permit which may alleviate the need to come back for an MCU, and it requires additional reports to be submitted as part of the operational works stage, which will then get assessed. And so potentially they may not need to come back for an MCU depending on the siting of the house and where any overlays or where a bushfire management plan and supporting documentation authorised through an operational works permit is granted. And to your first question as well, this land is not urban. Part of it is in the rural zone, and there are still exemptions, however, for clearing of boundary fences and appropriate fire breaks once a house actually gets established. So those state government exemptions will apply.
Thank you. I was mostly concerned in relation to, the blocks being completely cleared. That's all. Okay.
Any other questions, councillors?
Probably just along those lines, though, to understand, hypothetically, if this was approved, is council saying that there is the mechanism to not need an MCU later on? Because I guess it would. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the subdivision? Is that been identified, like primarily what it's for? If it wasn't to build houses on?
No, the expectation is it is for rural residential uses, given the lot sizes, and I think Tracy's detailed in her report. It's not anticipated that any kind of agricultural pursuits, albeit potentially minor sort of things, may happen, as you would expect on the 5-acre blocks. So you could have some veggie patches or some animals, but the intent is it is rural residential.
Yeah.
Right. Councillor Mather, you got a question?
Just thinking if it's rural residential, you can have 250 goats there. I'm just being wicked. The only concern I had is because of having...
You need your light on, councillor. Councillor, your light on.
Sorry. 5.5 on page 128. The 10-metre diameter cul-de-sac head shown in the submitted plans. Refer to 2.1. They're saying here it's not approved in its current form because they need a radius to actually show the dimensions of the cul-de-sac, I guess for waste disposal and having to get the trucks around them. So does that mean that we're telling them what we need rather than telling us what they're giving us?
Correct.
Yeah, because Mr. Creedman and I are dealing with a garbage truck at the moment who's having a tight fit. But I think there are no submitters on this one, Mr. Mayor, but my only concern is the vegetation in that area. It's fairly dense. That's my concern.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson?
I'm just wondering, will this be an area that the rubbish is picked up, or will it be no rubbish collection?
I believe it will be serviced, since Candy Heights is serviced, so it's likely to be added unless you expect to leave. Since around the corner, so there is an expectation.
Yeah. All right, any other questions, councillors? No. All right, can I get a mover and a second? Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. Thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report? Okay. Anyone speaking against? We happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I think that takes me down to the end of that part. So 11.8 councillors is reconfiguring one lot into 5 at lot 550 Cypher Drive, Inverness, a lovely part of our Shire. Ladies, over to you again.
So this application is for subdividing 1 into 5 lots with an access and services easement. So the lot is, thank you. The lot's situated just north outskirts of Yeppoon. So we've got Panorama Drive over here and Adelaide Park Road running along here, St Brennan School. So the site actually has frontage to Meerland Street and Cypher Drive runs just to the south here. We've got like urban residential land here, park residential, rural residential land here and some rural land to the north. So the site is zoned rural under the planning scheme, as you can see by this map up here. So the subject site is 16.1 hectares in size and they're proposing 5 lots. Sorry. So we've got there's 4 smaller lots here and 1 large balanced lot here. There's building envelopes shown for the lots here. So the lot sizes range between approximately 5,000 square metres and in size for these ones here, and the larger balance lot is 13.48 hectares in size. The proposal plan includes a covenant area here with the green, which follows waterways that run through the site. And there's some bushfire buffering proposed around the building envelopes of the sites. Under the planning scheme, the site is mapped with our biodiversity overlay, so it has wildlife habitat here, which is also reflected under state mapping. We've got a local biodiversity corridor running through here, bushfire hazard, scenic amenity and landslide hazard over the site. So as you can see, the main parts of the proposed development are centred down in these lower areas of the site. So this application was impact accessible, went to public notification. There was 11 submissions received from the community. Their concerns related to just clearing of the land for roads, building envelopes, bushfire, the loss of biodiversity, flora and fauna species, the protection of scenic amenity values, the environmental values. They were looking for covenants, protecting the environmental values and the waterway, and just some bushfire concerns about access and evacuation. So originally when the application came in, the layout was slightly different, and through some negotiations with the applicant, we have been able to change the layout to bring it back to those less significant areas, I guess, identified under the planning scheme. And it was referred to the state, who support the current layout. The proposed lot sizes are below the minimum lot size for the rural zone, but they are consistent with the surrounding land use pattern with the adjoining rural residential land to the south. The bushfire risk can be mitigated and a bushfire management plan has been conditioned. The biodiversity and scenic values of the site have been protected through the environmental covenants, retaining the large balance area of the site, which comprises most of the vegetation and habitats. And building envelopes are located at the lower elevation areas of the site, protecting scenic amenity. So its application is recommended for approval subject to conditions and further operational works permits. Infrastructure charges are levied to $100,000.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Friend.
Mr. Chair, I have numerous questions and I ask for your leave to ask these questions.
Of course.
Thank you. The first one is a basic question, the councillors were first briefed on this particular development back in June. Why was there a delay of 5 months to bring it to the table?
Councillor, so the application, there was no information request made, so council made further advice following the submitter's submissions and review of the proposal. And through that process was when the layout got amended, so there was some time taken to try and work that out. The application had to go back to the state because of that revised layout to get their agreement to the current layout, so that's part of the delay.
Thank you. My next question, and there is numerous, I do have numerous, is that the residents in their submissions claim to have viewed native cycads that are endangered on this particular area. I'm not asking for people's names, certainly, but what were the titles of the council officers and others that inspected this site and advised that there were no cycads seen?
So our environmental officer went out on site, so we've both been out on site twice. We've both been out on site.
Good afternoon, Councillor. I'm the Coordinator for Natural Resource Management and I have inspected that area. So the location for the lots is a area that was cleared, so it's no longer remnant vegetation. And in my inspection of that area, I couldn't identify any of the cycads that could be on the site. I understand there are cycads further up, so when we went further into the balance lot, we did locate cycads.
Yes.
So from my inspection in the area of the new lots, there were no cycads remaining.
So, okay, so thank you. I'll move on to another question here. Lot 5 seemed to be a bit of a concern within the report to me, stating that Lot 5 was 13.48 hectares, which is over that 10 hectare limit. 10 hectare limit that is acceptable, that is an acceptable outcome under that particular mapping overlay. I'm not a planner, please excuse me, I'm not a planner, so this is in layman's terms. But then I do see that when I look at the map, it states that lot 2, 3, 4 and 5 are less than 10 hectares. So which is correct?
So Councillor, the minimum lot size for the rural zone is 150 hectares. The Capricorn Coast Rural Precinct, the minimum lot size is 10 hectares, but that relates to land further, like over here. This site wasn't included in it.
Okay.
The minimum lot size for the rural residential is 4,000 square metres, so these lots are a bit bigger than the rural residential land to the south.
Yes.
This balance lot size is sort of consistent with the adjoining rural land just to the north.
So also eucalyptus trees seem to be an issue with some of the residents and Capricorn Conservation Council as well. Certainly koalas have not been spotted in this area, but we talk about a biodiversity area for wildlife within that tract, within the larger area. How many do you think eucalyptus trees, large eucalypts, will be removed in clearing or is the 4 lots down the bottom, are they already cleared of eucalyptus?
So eucalyptus is a broad family. So there are a range of eucalyptus plants on the property. Most of them within the area of the new development are not large. As I said, that area has been cleared and is not mapped as remnant any longer.
Yes.
It does have advanced regrowth species, predominantly ironbark, swamp mahogany, and Moreton Bay ash, which are all relatively common eucalyptus species in our coastal region.
Yes.
Certainly, it does add to habitat, but it's unlikely that there'll be large breeding hollows in any of those trees because they are probably, 40 years old and not yet at hollow bearing stage.
Sure.
So most of the larger trees are in the balance where it is still mapped as remnant, and there will definitely be significant old growth trees in the balance, which is now going to be proposed as covenant.
Okay, so thank you.
Sorry? Oh, the balance.
Yeah, so
Okay.
to clarify, this balance area is not going to be under covenant. It's just this area here, which follows the waterways. This area is still zoned rural, so any further subdivision would have to come back to council, and it is still mapped under our biodiversity overlay for that wildlife habitat, and also still mapped under the state responses as recognising this area as to be protected.
Okay. All right, I'm almost done. Thank you for your patience, everyone. How can we ensure, okay, that's fine, I've actually noted that. Two last questions. The Ephemeral Creek, where is that located? That's there? Yes, and it comes down there. Okay, so what I understand about these creeks is only due monsoon season, heavy rains, they start to fill up. So because that's in that particular area down on the bottom right-hand side of that map, is there any risk of inundation if they do fill up for future dwellings?
These areas are much higher than the course. Fall away quite steeply, so I would not expect these areas.
Okay. Sure. Last question. As a coordinator for natural resources, you're giving your stamp of approval for this particular DA. Is that correct?
I have provided a range of advice throughout the process of negotiation since the submissions stage, and I believe this is a far better outcome than the original proposal. I mean, it does affect habitat, but it affects regrowth habitat only, and there will be a large covenant area meeting the covenants on the properties on Cypher Drive. So we'll have about 50 metres along that southern watercourse protected under covenant, both sides of the waterway. So I think those outcomes have encouraged me to think that this is potentially a sustainable
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
There are a lot of submissions. I noticed there are numerous non-compliances here. Does not comply, goes all the way through. When I see that, I get a bit worried because I'm thinking I hope there's enough safeguard in the conditions that overcome those. Otherwise, we find ourselves having trouble down the track trying to address them. On page 187, it says officers have indicated there are building location envelope areas for proposed lots 1, 2 and 5, which are higher than the maximum site elevation suitable for standard reticulated water service connection and future development. We'll go back to that. Future develop will be required to install and maintain booster pumps and associated private plumbing systems. Now, we're looking at future development from that development there. I mean, I'm just wondering where it goes, because you've got a cul-de-sac there.
So councillor, the 52 AHD just affects just the tip just along here. So the rest of this area is under that elevation. So it would just be any development that's just up in these corners.
So there's a
up here.
potential that those lots in that top section could be further subdivided down the track. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's just in terms of having water connections that they.
Yeah. Yeah.
Report reference and the conditions applicable to that reference one dwelling, possibly a secondary dwelling on each block.
Okay. So that's what you mean by further development. Okay. So, and that's a worry when because you start thinking about firefighting purposes in those areas. I can understand where people are coming from, and I'm thinking, are there going to be file notes to say that these will be required, rather than have people buy the land and then find out later that they have to put their own booster pumps in?
Yep,
Is there going to be file notes on there?
So it's a condition of this approval that the land that's above the 52 AHD be included within a covenant on the land title. So any future purchasers of the property will have those conditions.
So they'd have that if they came to do a search.
It'll be on their statutory land title.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Somebody, I'll just check my other little bits, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Watson.
Jump in quickly. I've been dealing with some people up in Narimbra lately who are trying to put in water on their land and unable to because there's not enough water pressure. This sounds like a very similar thing just in the middle of town here. Because they're saying that we have to put the water on for them, and we say we don't have to. And I'm just concerned that if we go ahead with this, we're going to have people down the track pushing that we connect water to them because they're not far from town, and I can see all the messiness from it down the track. Is it,
So,
you know?
Councillor, all the lots will be connected, like there'll be water reticulation provided to the lots. It's more like the internal plumbing, I guess, for a future dwelling house. So if their parts of their house are located above that 52 AHD, that's when they'll need the pumps. If they,
Where Tracy's pointing on the screen.
it's only just this north sort of area up here. These lots are all under. It's just along the top here. So if they build down here, they'll be fine.
Right, Councillor Mather. You got any?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not too sure what the question is here, but under access on page 228, it's another one of those that does not comply. And we're looking at here, I don't know how you work this, ensures that the location, siting and design of development and associated driveways and access routes enable safe and efficient access for emergency service vehicles during and after a bushfire. Over here on the, I guess it's to say that this is how we're going to deal with it. Just correct me if I'm not understanding it properly. This management plan was not updated to reflect changes to the layout. However, will be required to be updated under conditions of this recommendation. So if we haven't got the plan now, when would we might expect that to happen?
So councillor, the applicant did submit a bushfire management plan as part of the application. That was initially when the application was lodged, and the layout included like a building envelope right over here in this balance lot area, so that the layout was slightly different. We've asked for that management plan to be updated and provided as part of the operational works, just to make sure it reflects accurately this layout. So the bushfire management plan will, and council's codes and our conditions require this access driveway to be sealed, to provide connection to Mealan Street here. So that will allow for emergency vehicles and the residents to access the road network in evacuation.
And I guess that's when you've got vegetation like that, you really make sure that you've got a good pathway in and out for emergency vehicles. I can't find where, but like I said, there's a number of non-compliance there, which I'm hoping that you've addressed with conditions. The roundabout, the cul-de-sac, can you recall what condition is on that one? The size of it? We don't want to find a
So this
traffic
is, this
problem
is not,
down the end.
This is just a driveway, a shared driveway arrangement. It's not an actual road, so it won't need to meet like road standards. It's a shared driveway, so it's just.
Well, that worries me. That worries me. It's a driveway. What's the width of the driveway? Because if, you know, you could have congestion in there, if it's not a road, then. So do we have responsibility for it?
No, any things will have to be brought to the street
Oh, I can see we've got already problems like that now. And if they're going to have to maintain it, do they know that? Because we're going to have requests to come and fix it up later on and the garbage truck can't come through. And we've got all the problems that we're having now in the future, and that's what I'm concerned about, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I don't like these sort of setups because we're putting it all onto the people who are going to live there, and it's going to end up on our lap.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, are we done with the questions? We'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
I just have concerns with access for the future growth of that area when, you know, when the houses go in and people want the other services and all those sort of things, and we're not going to be able to provide them. I just, you know, the road should be wider first up instead of thinking about it later on. Things like that, you know. If you're going to put the houses in there and so close to town, they should be able to access rubbish. They should be able to access other things, and I'm just concerned that down the track we're going to be asked to go and redo this or something like that. I don't know what it is, but people aren't going to be happy with it.
All right, thank you. For Councillor Bello.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak in support of it in the absence of the seconder if you want to first. Or, yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, that I've got complete confidence in our planners on this one and our environmental officer.
Thank you. Councillor Bello, we'll just open the floor.
Yeah, I guess it's easy to be critical of what the developers put forward, which they believe is a product that the market wants and will support there, which they've done in conjunction and collaboration with the planners. It may be somewhere that you may not choose to live, or that'd be totally your prerogative, but other people like this type of layout, and the developer feels that it taps into a certain aspect of the market. I think it'd be a very green, cool, you know, arrangement, and it'll be up to the buyers to be aware of the arrangement of what they're buying into, and that information will be provided. And good luck to anybody that does choose to buy there, and I'm sure they'll make wonderful properties out of it, and they'll have a very nature-based experience. And so, yeah, very good.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in two minds over this one, following it over the months, looking at the submissions. I actually will speak for this today, and I'll speak for it for these reasons, that the development of those 4 lots will have a covenant over 50 metres on each side of the creek for trees and for vegetation, that cycads were not found in that cleared area, although they are further north. Looking at this particular development today, I'm happy to support this particular development, because anything to do with the north area under that particular map will have to come back to council for future approvals. And so today, because the area we're currently looking at are those 4 particular lots, then and they have already been cleared, then I'm happy to go with that, especially if our experts here in council also agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, I see, as much as we are trying to encourage development, I see what we have been offered here and we're accepting here is what I would consider a low-cost development, where we're putting the onus of services and responsibility back on the people who purchase here. And I won't be in that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you, councillors. I'm just going to very quickly speak in support of this. I take on board Councillor Mather and Councillor Watson's comments in relation to services. They are getting a water supply. They will be sewered. The fact that a garbage service can't go up that one-way street or that cul-de-sac is something I think that the potential buyers need to take on board. I for one, find it very frustrating more and more that council continues to be blamed for things that are basically aspects and things that particular residents should take responsibility for themselves. This is part of due diligence when you buy a property. And so ultimately, if you're going to buy one of these properties, then I would think that it would behoove you to determine whether you have a garbage service or not. And that if you are going to buy that property, you accept responsibility for taking the wheelie bin out to Melan Street. And so I don't think that's a big ask, quite frankly, councillors. So I'm going to speak in support of this today. We've got a mover, Councillor Hutton. Do you want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you very much, Lee. Just briefly, Mr Mayor. I think what we see with this development is an opportunity for people to look at infill development and in some ways reflects the diversity of the stock that we need to have in our communities. We don't wish to all live in suburban developments. We don't wish to all live in park res developments. We don't all wish to live rurally. Yet a diversity of those things does make up our community, and by having locations like this where it is not acceptable, and I don't think it would be a good outcome for the community to have continued dense infill of urban nature, where these provisions can be provided, it does provide a level of service, it provides a level of access to a market, but importantly, we rely on the expert advice from our officers around providing and protecting that environmental corridor, protecting the species, and I know, having read each of the applicants from submitters, that this was what they really valued. They valued the fact that they live in a community that has quite a substantial green corridor. They valued the fact that there was the opportunity for both wildlife as well as the endemic and native plants that are there. So this scale of development provides for that. I think the limitations that have been provided by officers support that. I think that as an individual, I couldn't have supported it if it was the wholesale, the large scale open land that they wanted to provide for. But this is better than that, while also helping add to the diversity of what we've got. So I support it and promote it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. We'll wrap up debate now, councillors, and go to the vote. We've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Before we go to lunch, councillors, can I acknowledge a member of our staff who, I think this will be his last presence at council meeting today, and that is David Batiste. David's leaving us to head down to the former Taree Shire, which now is in Central Coast Council, David. Mid-Coast Council, that's right. And I just wanted to acknowledge David, councillors, because his input to this table and to the community in general has been outstanding. He's always been very, very professional. His knowledge and understanding of his subject matter is second to none, and he's always looked for common sense approaches, which I've always appreciated. Sometimes you don't want to actually flout the legislation, but you can move with it and move around it to a certain extent. And where we've asked David to do that, he's certainly looked at that from its positives and negatives and given us great advice. So David, we wish you very well in your new career within Central Coast and also Mid-Coast, I beg your pardon, and also understand that you and your wife will be much closer to family, so we wish you all very well. So thank you. Councillors, will join me. No, we won't put that on you, councillors. Procedural motion to break for lunch, councillors. All in favour? Thank you very much. Well, welcome back, councillors, and welcome back, members of Livingstone Shire Council team. Procedural motion to resume after lunch. Can move Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you very much. You right with that, Jesse? We're up to 11.9, councillors, which is the Livingstone Shire Local Disaster Management Plan for 2022. This is a very detailed and lengthy document, but it is statutorily required to be presented in this form to you for approval in its totality. So apologies for the length, but it is unavoidable. So we have today Karen, Sandy and Greg Abbott's with us. Karen is the Coordinator for Disaster Management and Community Resilience, and Greg has recently been appointed Local Disaster Coordinator. So welcome to the table. Who's speaking? Over to you, Karen.
So thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. So today I present to you the Local Disaster Management Plan 2022 review. As Mr Mayor had said, it is required under legislation that we review the plan annually. The notable changes to this review for this year is our incorporation of the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Strategy. We also included key points from the multi-hazard risk assessment, and we updated the terminology to reflect a more contemporary definition that is in the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience. The hazard descriptions, believe it or not, have been slimmed down, and we've tried to make them more simple. And we also updated the vulnerabilities section as well to reflect our growing population. So we did distribute this plan for review and comment to our local disaster management group, and they endorsed the plan on the 31st of August. What is worth noting though is that the plan stipulates that the local disaster coordinator is the executive director of infrastructure. Since that time, we have a new local disaster coordinator, which is Mr Abbott's in the position of coordinator development engineering. So I wanted to present you with the exact same plan that was presented to the LDMG. We will make that minor amendment to reflect that before it's published on our website. So today I'm seeking that council adopts the plan, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Councillors? Councillor Mather.
No questions, Mr Mayor, but I'd just like to thank Karen and Greg for compiling this report, because looking at your statement there, Mr Mayor, it just covers everything just beautifully. It incorporates everything that needs to come into a plan, that needs to be recognised in a plan. It's all there. And it's been a lot of work, obviously, putting it all together. And who's who in the zoo, basically, how many people we've got, who they are, what their jobs are. And it does actually state what the responsibilities are. And I think that's what we need to look for. Oh, this is the Chief of Police. What does he do? Everybody has a designated responsibility. And I think that's pretty handy when you sort of look at something for the first time, or the second for that matter. So thank you, Karen and Greg. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
I'll be happy to second that, Mr Mayor, after you.
Okay, thank you. I am going to move this. Councillor Mather seconding. Councillors, can I just commend this to the table? There's an awful lot of work gone into this, and I do thank Greg and Karen and their respective teams for the amount of work. As you can see from the document itself, there's not a lot left in there to explain. It's very, very comprehensive, and necessarily so. And as I said, the document is deliberately lengthy, but it has to be. So anybody else wish to make a comment on this one? Councillor Friend?
I'd just like to say, reading through it and taking the time, and I must say, the couple of hours it took me to actually read through it, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was easy to understand for a lay person, and easy for directions for those in governance of disaster management. I'd like to say that welcome, Greg, into your new role, because when we lost Mr Messafari, it was a loss. But now, knowing that you're sitting in that particular seat, we know that we're in great, safe hands, along with Karen as well. So thank you so much.
All right, councillors. Anyone else wish to make a comment? Well, we can go straight to the vote on this one. Happy to? All right. Got a move to myself, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Greg. So, welcome to the table, ladies. This is 11:10 councillors, which is the operational plan for 2022-23, quarter one progress reports. Madam CFO, are we going to you?
We are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, we are. Good afternoon, councillors and mayor. So, as you'll be well aware, the operational plan is a legislative requirement, which is a conduit between to which council measures its progress of achieving the corporate plan and ultimately the goals within the community plan. So, it is adopted as part of the suite of budget documents and does inform the financial budget. The operational plan is reported on at quarterly intervals, so we align it with after each financial quarter. So currently within the operational plan, there's 74 actions that have been identified, and as you will be able to read in the report, the majority of the action items or performance indicators are expected to be completed as adopted. It is noted that 6 actions have already been completed within the first quarter, but conversely there are 5 items that have been identified as needing to be deferred or one possibly just rescheduled within the current year. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions from councillors.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Andrea. Great work as always on this operational plan, Q1. I believe page 435, 3.2.1a. 3.2.1a, right down the bottom. This was in relation to advocate continuation of council's water allocation bid for Rookwood Weir, 65 megalitres, 6,500, I beg your pardon, megalitres. So I read about that they're not coming through with any costings for this particular water. We pledged this back in 2020, and I suppose you may not have the answer, but what do you think the delay might be for them not to come back with any costings?
Oh, I would need to take that as a question on notice unless the CEO has a response to it.
Mr Mayor, I'd only be guessing, but given the development of the Rookwood Weir and the water allocation process and public tendering that's been going on around that, I suspect it's just part of that administrative process. But as we said, we'll take that on notice and get some confirmation for councillors.
Thank you. I've got 2 more. Page 440, which is 4.3.2a, and this is in relation to the local law review. Am I correct in saying that these are currently sitting with the state as we speak before they come back for public consultation? Okay. Page 442, 5.1.4a. And it was just interesting to me, and I've just made a comment at the time of reading this, is this particular GKI master plan group moving forward in developing attainable outcomes for GKI? And I believe there's a couple of councillors that are on this group, and just I suppose my question, rather than to the officers, are to the councillors who are on this group. Can you see any positive, positive development in obtaining reasonable outcomes for this group?
Councillor Bell, I'll tackle that one, but please feel free to jump in. Councillor Friend, I think that group is working very effectively under the chairmanship of, I was going to basically say the officer from State Development, but certainly, there is a divergence of views on certain things, but I think by and large it's proceeding very well. I'm expecting to get a positive outcome in terms of a master plan. There are things going on the sideline and periphery to that in terms of wastewater treatment plants on Great Keppel Island and so on, but at this point in time that's not been part of the consideration within the GKI master planning process. Councillor Bello, any additional?
Yeah, no, I guess the proof will be in the pudding at the end, ultimately, to answer the question, but the lead up and the interaction up to this point has been quite positive, and quite diverse from certainly local residents, various stakeholders and what have you. So, but ultimately, when the rubber hits the road, we'll see the money spent, and that's what we're looking towards.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, councillors.
All right, councillors, we're receiving this report, so can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bello, would you like to move this one? Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Appreciate the content. It helps us to gauge how the organisation's tracking and where we're doing well and not so well, and it's good to have that data so it can be compared to over time. So thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? We're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, ladies. And next one is the financial report, 1111. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending October 2022. So the year-to-date operating result continues to remain favourable. It's largely due to the generation of the first half-yearly notices in July. However, the month of October did report a deficit of $2.9 million, and that means that operating expenses exceeded what we received in operating revenue for that particular month. It is worthy to note that a deficit for the month was anticipated, but in the actual result is more favourable against that forecast expectation for October. So there are a couple of trends that I've mentioned in previous months that continue. So interest earnings do continue to remain well above budget expectations. So that is consistent with previous months and does reflect the higher cash rate set by the Reserve Bank of Australia. Sales revenue is higher this month than anticipated year-to-date budgets, and that's largely due to some of the rural private works that have been undertaken in October. Fees and charges are an area that we will have to pay a bit more closer attention to. So they are currently lower than the estimated budget across a number of areas, including customer service fees, haul hire, infrastructure fees, land protection, public health, waste recycling fees and car wash fees. So we'll pay some closer attention to see whether that's just a timing or a true variance. And materials and services are below budget. However, there are $18.7 million in committals pertaining to that. So that will be some invoices that relate to October that haven't been paid, but not all of that $18 million. Our total cash held remains quite strong at just over $100 million there. That is, which was expected with the first half yearly levy of the rates and charges and the water notices that have gone out. Restricted cash has been reviewed and we maintain just over $35 million in externally restricted obligations. So we have to ensure that we only use that cash for the purpose that it's intended. There is a reduction in outstanding receivables that's reflective of the majority of the accounts for the half-yearly billing being paid within the payment terms. Outstanding rates is sitting at $4.2 million, and that equates to 614 properties out of 18,000 properties that have balance outstanding, so that's a pretty low percentage. Our procurement spend in October shows a higher spend with businesses located in Queensland but outside Central Queensland area. So these are predominantly related to payments made to contractors for capital works progress claims, software licence fees, and some other annual fees. It's worthy to note that spend within businesses located within Livingstone Shire boundaries is at 23% of our spend, and that's slightly higher than businesses that are within CQ but outside the Shire boundaries, and that's sitting at about 21%. As expected, our total borrowings increased slightly because we get charged interest monthly but only make our repayments quarterly, and so we would have made the last debt service payment in September. Our exposure to interest rate movements are only limited to forecast future borrowings, so all of our borrowings are at fixed rates. So we have managed that exposure to interest rate movements. In terms of capital expenditure, so we've spent $11.3 million out of a $44 million budget, and there's just over $22 million in committals. Altogether, that equates to about 77% of the total approved budget. They still maintain risks around supply chain pricing, resourcing availability. With this in mind, the capital budget has been reviewed by all project managers. So we've looked at the carryovers, really challenged the project managers on the timing and expected delivery of some of these projects in light of those risks that I had just mentioned, as well as any other adjustments that have been presented to council as required. So overall, there's about $3 million that was unspent last year that hadn't already been carried over to this year. That was offset by some changes to the expected cash flow and timing of projects into the subsequent financial year. And we also made sure that we did some reconciliations to the total approved budget so that projects were being managed within the budgets that had been originally approved by council. So overall, there is a net increase of about $1 million to the total expenditure that I'm also seeking a resolution of the table to support today. On the flip side of that, there is an adjustment required to capital grants, and this is more reflective of ensuring that the appropriate accounting treatment is being applied to revenue recognition. That might be slightly different to what the adopted budget was. So we had received about $12.3 million in cash in the prior financial year that we haven't yet recognised as revenue. So we just had to back that essentially out to make sure that we weren't double counting that revenue. So there's no change overall to the quantum of the capital grants expected to be received. We just had to ensure that we get that timing right. So I'm happy to take any questions from council on both the monthly financial report as well as the changes to the capital budget.
All right, Councillor Friend.
I see. Seems to become a habit, doesn't it? Thanks, Andrea. So I suppose the first one I have is on page 461. And I was just a little confused reading it, that's all. The amenities renewal program number 19 and 21 seem to be a double up, but I'm not quite sure. Then you've got Schofield Park is one and Beryl Hick Park. Obviously, it's not a double up, my apologies. But could you explain why nothing has been spent on Beryl Hick Park accessibility upgrade?
So the first one is a carryover unspent budget from the previous financial year. So the decision that was discussed with councillors as part of the budget review process last year was that we'd bring forward the 22-23 budget allocation to the prior financial year, to 21-22. So that was largely expended apart from the $52,000. So if Beryl Hicks hasn't been done, it would be next on the list of projects. This is an extract from our Forward Works program. So it's been about moving the budget allocation for some of those projects.
Okay. I suppose my second and last question for this one is on page 465, and it's in relation to bus shelters, bus shelter program. What does yellow mean?
It's a new project.
It's a new project.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore we've got the 3 along Scenic Highway and Matthew Flinders Drive under the funding from TransLink. Maybe this will be a question on notice, I imagine. Keppel Cove have requested a bus shelter, and at the time of the officers undertaking which bus shelters should be then put forward for this program, just wondering why that bus shelter wasn't put forward.
I will take that as a question on notice. I'm pretty confident that Dan would have gone through a process to identify which there would have been set criteria around the bus shelters. Michael's not in the room, but we will get that response back to councillors on the decision making around those.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover first up, Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor? No, thank you. All right. We're happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one. Got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.12 is the annual report for the 1st of July 2021 to 30 June 2022. Madam CFO.
My last report, councillors, I promise. So councillors, we're presenting today the annual report for the financial year 2021 ending 30th of June 2022. So this report does provide readers with the operational financial performance information for that particular financial year. It should be acknowledged that council does provide a majority of this information publicly in a much more timely manner than waiting for the annual report through a variety of mechanisms throughout that reporting period. It's also noted that there is a little bit of a gap between 30th of June and when this report is adopted by council. That's largely attributed to the substantial amount of time and effort that does have to go into preparing the financial statements. I also want to thank the efforts of Ursula Sleeman, who has led the efforts in collating the annual report this year for us. The content of the annual report is reflective of essentially meeting the minimum legislative obligations and reporting disclosures that are required. So it's a very no-frills approach to the document. For the benefit of the community, I appreciate that not everyone loves reading financial statements as much as I do. So for the benefit of the community, there is a more simplified version called the Community Financial Report, and that essentially attempts to explain where council's money comes from, where it is spent, what we own and what we owe in very simple terms. The second part of the document is the audited financial statements. So council received the Auditor General certification of our financial statements on the 31st of October. The headline results for the financials are we did achieve an operating surplus of just over $1.9 million for the financial year. Our cash balances were strong at $98.6 million. We saw a reduction of total borrowings down to $59.958 million, so under our $60 million there. We did invest $29 million in our property, plant and equipment assets. The total value of our assets are just over $1.2 billion, with just over $1 billion of that purely just within our infrastructure assets. We achieved the operating surplus ratio at 1.9% and the net financial liabilities ratio of -3%. However, we did not achieve the target for the asset sustainability ratio, which resulted in at 45%. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have on the annual report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Bello. I'm happy to second. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Good for the community to have this in a simple version, which I think you've endeavoured to do, so that it's legible and easy to understand. And for those out there who are also report readers, Andrew, I'm sure they'll really enjoy this. So good job to you and your team.
And can I just offer my gratitude, thanks and appreciation to the team. It's well over 10 years since I've done one of these myself, and I know how much work's in them. So well done to getting to this level, and I'm sure council will echo those comments. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather.
On page 471, Mr Mayor, we've got some people here with certificates of some sort. Must be health and safety, is it, Andrea?
Next report, Councillor
Ahead of
Mather.
myself, am I?
Right. So a mover, Councillor Bello, second to myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And we're up to 11.13, which is the monthly workplace health and safety report. Thank you, ladies. Welcome to the table, Mrs. Mansfield.
Good afternoon, councillors. In regards to the workplace health and safety report, this is to present the report for the period ending 30th of October. It provides information around council's safety performance for the period in question. So this is the first time we've actually tabled the workplace health and safety report at a council meeting, and provides an opportunity to ask questions and to monitor our safety performance overall. So details around the monthly report is included within the attachment to the cover report, but just a couple of particular mentions there as well is that for the month of October there were 15 events or incidents, as we call them. 4 of those related to motor vehicle, plant and equipment damage, but when you actually have a bit more of a look at those, 2 out of those 4 were as a result of a rock that had flicked up and caused damage to the windscreen of the vehicle. A key thing that happened during the month of October was our Safe Work Month, and this is a national event that happens every year. So during the month, council supported a number of health and safety activities where every week there was a different key theme which covered things such as injuries at work, mental health, managing workplace health and safety risks and preventing harm, and also safe and healthy work for all. And during the month, we had engaged in a number of different types of activities to create some awareness, some education, but also having a little bit of fun through those, which covered things such as trivia, drawing and colouring in competitions, helping to engage our families as part of Safe Health Work Month, identifying hazards. We'd also launched our new Converge app and access to monthly mental health and wellbeing webinars that will continue to happen over the next 12 months. We've also done some fit testing and registering interest for skin tests as part of our health and wellbeing programs. In addition to this, the team continues to support a number of rehabilitation cases, whether they be work or non-work related as well. and there'll continue to be a focus moving forward around early reporting and interventions as well. So the information's presented through to Council, and it's recommended that the report for the period ending 30th of October be received. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Manfield. Just a very quick question. In terms of, I note the comment around skin testing, which I applaud loudly. Have we had any claims come through for anything related to skin cancers?
No, we haven't had any claims come through for skin cancers or any kind of skin treatments in regards to that. But part of our prevention strategies and helping to promote healthy living, it is something that we look to do every year.
I'm aware of the long sleeve shirts and the fact you provide sun cream and all those sorts of things. I think that's fantastic. But we live in probably the skin cancer capital of the world here. I just wondered whether there was any particular impact. All right, thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Move, Councillor Friend. Thank you. Councillor, we'll come to you in a second, Councillor Mather. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Just to follow on from yours, Mr. Mayor. Christy, you said that the skin checks are taking place. Who does those checks?
So we currently work with a range of providers, and we're just finalising who that provider will be for us this year. Total Health has provided that to us in the past as well.
So when you say skin checks, they haven't really gone, unless they've gone to their own doctor so far.
So last month we had asked for people to let us know anyone who's wanting to do the skin check, and we just finalised. There's a couple of providers around town that can do that, so we're just formalising arrangements.
And there's probably a bunch of them out there who are willing to do it, but not a lot of who are qualified to do it. That's my concern. Yeah, and let me say from experience that you can't always pick them.
Yeah.
You can't pick them. They don't have a size and shape that. The other one I was going to ask, the drug relations, was that on the one before it?
Drug and alcohol?
Yes, drug and alcohol testing.
Yes.
Do we have any positives on that? I'm going to say positives. Anybody who sort of needs to clean up their act a little bit?
So we do, this is part of our drug and alcohol program, and we test, roughly approximately 25 to 30 odd people whenever that does happen. Any of those situations where there are positive tests or non-negatives, then yes, we do deal with those. Luckily, Council is, there's not very many situations where that has happened, but there has been a recent time where we've had to manage that, yes.
Yeah, okay, in managing it, what do we do? I'm speaking generally. What do we do?
Generally, so in accordance with our drug and alcohol procedure, basically if someone was to receive a positive test, then we undergo a confirmatory test 20 minutes later. Should that be classed as positive again, we actually would arrange for that person to travel home safely for that. They would need to then attend work back to the next day for them to undertake a further test. And I suppose depending upon the result of that test, if it comes back that they're clear, then they can return to work. However, there may be some other disciplinary action that may happen as a result of that. Sometimes when it's a first occasion that happens, is that it is a requirement for them to undergo a rehabilitation process with support from Council in terms of accessing.
And that's really the ultimate, isn't it, for the rehabilitation, if it's a health issue.
If it's a health issue,
yes.
Yeah.
The other one here, the report with these people in the picture.
Yes.
I remember, they look like grade oneers. So where do they come in?
So that's just basically through some of our Safe Work Month. It was about having some conversations around what safety really means to me, and that's why we wanted to engage with some of our family members of our teams as well. So this is part of their big five in terms of what makes it important for them to make sure that they keep themselves safe and the safety of others around them.
So what have they done? Have they got a certificate there of some sort?
So that's actually a little sign on there, Councillor Mather, that talks about what it actually means. So for some of those, it's to return home safely. Some of it is to be able to play football with my grandson. Some of it is so that I can enjoy retirement. So
that wasn't the extent of the people who took part in it.
No. That's just a
all
little
right
snippet of some people who.
I was going to say we'll send them a recognition if that be the case, but obviously there were a lot more than that. Okay, thank you.
No worries.
I think playing football with my grandson would cause me more injury than anything at work would do. Councillor Watson, you had a question?
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right, councillors, we are receiving this report from the Chief Human Resources Officer. So can I get a move? Mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if there is anything else that you would like presented in that report for future meetings, please let me know. I'm more than happy to incorporate that.
Thank you very much. All right, so it brings us to 11:14, councillors, which has bounced back again. This is the Executive Performance Management Framework and Senior Contract Staff Remuneration Principles, and I'm going to ask the CEO to address this one, please.
Happy to, Mr Mayor. I think Christie's probably across it.
Okay.
She'll lead off.
No worries.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So as referenced earlier in the meeting today, this item has been lifted from the table for consideration. So over the last number of months, senior staff have been working with councillors to develop some council-approved governance around the employment conditions and performance management of senior executives, but also around contract staff employees. So a number of workshops have been held where, based on some of the discussions with councillors, some of that feedback has been taken into consideration and reflected within the documents that's been presented to you today. An independent external review was also undertaken by Local Government Association of Queensland, or LGAQ, and the outcomes of that LGAQ review were discussed with councillors during a workshop that was held last month. Which in summary congratulated council on developing the framework, which provides some certainty for council through clearly defined frameworks. So this report is now seeking council's formal adoption of the tools used, and I present that through to you for discussion or any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Yeah, question I had is I'm trying to jump from agendas to agendas, which so I'm trying to find the bit itself, but it was just a reassurance that I believe has been reflected in there that any changes to the CEO's contract is by council resolution. So it'll be the full council that will have any changes that are made will be by council.
Yes.
That's clear in there.
And I can certainly point that out for you, Councillor Bello.
That'd
so
be great.
On page 495.
Just in case you're making it up.
On page 495 or 498 on the actual document itself. If you go down to the remuneration principles.
And this would be agenda item right there.
And this is agenda item 11.14. In part 5, yes. Okay. If you go
498.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So 498, it references in here.
It's 5.1.6.
Yep. So any and all employment conditions of the CEO are to be determined by council resolution. Employment conditions for all other individuals will be determined by the CEO. So yes, that does capture that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, we'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? I'm happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Watson. Councillors, I don't feel the need to speak to it at this point, but I do reserve that right to close. Anybody speaking against? Or anyone else like to speak for? Okay, we're happy to go to the vote then, councillors. So I've got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, councillors.
And thank you, Mrs Mansfield and the CEO for your work on this. There's been a lot of work in it, I know. Okay, so we're up to 11:15, which is the future of community voice panels. Mr CEO, are you leading this one?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As discussed with councillors informally, some proposals to discontinue the program of community voice panels that were established in 2020 as part of the council's overall engagement regime. It is the case that they've proved a valuable part of that engagement framework, but some have probably run their race, if I was to use that phrase, with one voluntarily winding up and some others starting to combine with others, which was the original terms of reference that were adopted called for a membership review at the 2-year mark, which is about this time. And I guess thinking more broadly about whether or not there was an opportunity to combine the resources and the effort and the positive energy about these things into some pre-existing engagement structures, which are namely the various task forces that were established following the last major disaster event here in 2019, and to combine the efforts of those two groups, I suppose, particularly after Council had assigned responsibility for advancing the Livingstone Community Plan to those task forces nearly 12 months ago now. So we're recommending that the current voice panels as we know them be wound up, and that those members who wish be invited to join the task forces, Regional Economic Development, Environment and Regulatory and Community Development, and that they aid the process of advancing those the community plan aspirations.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Any questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr CEO, just with the Environment and Regulatory Task Force, so it's not going to be a new task force, it's the current task force, and it's just going to basically include the community voice panel members. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Friend.
Certainly. I feel it necessary to say this because, as everybody knows, I'm not backward in coming forward, nor am I a shrinking violet. However, I already co-chair the Environment and Regulatory Task Force with Mrs. Lise Charles from Natural Resource Management, and I would like that to continue. And because we are now resolving this this resolution, I would like to see her name there as a co-chair. That's no problem?
Nope.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather? No?
Sorry, I've jumped in there. Sorry, Councillor.
No, I just raised it before about Councillor Hutton going off the board for CAP Enterprise. The CEO mentioned that we would be talking about that later, because I was looking to balance up everybody's jobs to make sure that some weren't overloaded and some weren't too light on.
Well, I wasn't the CEO, Councillor Mather, it was myself that mentioned that, and I said that we would basically review all of that in consultation with the respective councillors. So we won't be making a decision about that today, but certainly...
No, just for discussion, I thought that's what you had planned. That's all right. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Bello.
Well, the only question I had, perhaps whether it's appropriate now or not, but even if it's a question on notice, that in terms of replacement for, is this what we're proposing to replace the voice panels, the task force? Effectively, that's what we've come up with to. Okay. Given that we've talked about the reference group's ability to be very effective, is that something that, like, we haven't really formalised that in any way, shape or form, so it's just out there. If we ever want to initiate, then we do, but we don't actually have a formal recognition that the reference groups are part of our, I guess, our engagement with community in a formal sense. But this is what's been proposed, so I suppose I've answered my own question. So, but you can comment, Mr. CEO, if you'd like. If you don't have to, if you don't want.
Process that first, this specifically relates to one element of our overall engagement regime. Not unlike any organisation that councillors might be involved with privately, or even this organisation that has varying degrees of formality with which it engages. I mean, we engage with people every day in all sorts of ways, and at varying degrees of formality. This is one of the more formal ways of doing that, and there will be occasions when developing a specific formal structure for a particular issue, a reference group, working group, steering committee, whatever title we give it, will come up from time to time, and we'll stand those things up and the job will be done, and we'll disband that group and we'll move on to the next thing. The intention of these is to be a little more enduring, particularly with that task of advancing the aspirations of the community plan, and preserve, I guess, the intent of what the original community voice panels were. So I don't see this precluding anything else. It's complementary to, hopefully, as part of that overall engagement regime.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With the likes of infrastructure, roads, waste, water, etc., would that fall under Community Development Task Force or Environment and Regulatory Task Force? But roads in particular as infrastructure, so that would, I imagine, am I right in saying it would come under Community Development Task Force?
There's not a direct translation. I think certainly in the economic development area, some of that strategic infrastructure planning work that we do, absolutely. The day-to-day maintenance issues, as we know, that voice panel hasn't functioned for some time, so there's not a direct translation for that part of that portfolio.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Oh, not particularly, Mr Mayor, but just to say that I did find the community voice panels very helpful to begin with, and I think the Mayor, the CEO hit it right in the head when he said they'd probably run their race, and just look forward to the, I guess, the new format that they're going to be falling into. Thank you.
Indeed. All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? Councillor
I'd like
Friend.
to speak for it, Mr Mayor, but on the stipulation that I had my last community voice panel on Friday, and all 10 members, in fact, an extra presenter who wanted to be a member also attended. It was too much disappointment on their behalf, as they felt that it was a wonderful exchange of ideas and information from council, and that they could actually advocate for council and the community. So I'm very disappointed, and although in part I don't agree with discontinuing the voice panels because mine was so successful, I do see that these people have the opportunity to gain fresh information from these task forces. So for that particular reason, I'll vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, any other comments before we wrap up? Councillor Eastwood, you don't feel the need to wrap up at all?
No, Mr Mayor, I was very excited when we brought them on, and we're excited to finish them.
Okay. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. All right, just. All right, councillors, that's the open business concluded for the moment. Can I get a resolution to move into... Oh, sorry, we've got urgent business, that's mine.
Have you got an email from me also?
I think Councillor Watson wants to raise an issue of leave for next ordinary meeting.
All right. You've got a...
I sent you an email.
Oh, I haven't seen it, Councillor, I beg your pardon. Too.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Right, yeah, I haven't seen, check my emails today.
It's just I've got a
family reunion
coming up. It's my mother's family that we've never met, and we found out on the weekend that it's on the 18th of December, which means I won't be able to get back in time for next meeting.
All right, so some personal family leave?
Yeah.
All right, so you're applying for that, Councillor?
Please.
All right. So you're moving that you be granted leave for the December 2022 council meeting? Please. All right. Seconder, thank you. Councillor Friend, okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, too, I did include 13.1. Hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to read that. As you know, and it's been widely circulated in the press, that the Rockhampton Ring Road project has been deferred. We're not exactly sure what that means or what the time frame around that is, but then certainly, as I endeavoured to point out in the report, there's been a degree of consternation in various sectors within the region, not the least of which has been Rockhampton Regional Council and their organisation of various meetings and what have you around that. But notwithstanding all of that, there is a significant potential impact on Livingstone Shire Council as well. Now, not only was the exit on the northern side of the ring road directly opposite the turn off to Yeppoon and the Capricorn coast, which would have been a wonderfully strategic advantage for us in terms of tourism and potential tourism, but it also puts a bit of a handbrake, for want of a better term, on the access to the through the northern corridors. So on that basis, and the fact that on a number of occasions we as a council and me as a mayor have been asked to speak to gatherings on the deferral of the Rockhampton Ring Road, I thought it might be smart to put this in front of you, councillors, to see what your view is in terms of our positioning on this whole deferral of the Ring Road. What I'm actually seeking, Josie, if I can get the report back, please, as there is that we request that the Rockhampton Ring Road project be reinstated into the 23-24 federal and state budget with sufficient funding to reduce the entire project without reducing the scope, and 2, seek commitments from both the federal and state governments to commence construction of the Rockhampton Ring Road within the 23-24 financial year. I think it's important for us councillors to articulate our position on this, basically support our neighbour and Rockhampton Regional Council in their efforts to do the same, not only just to support them but also to support our case for economic development and tourism growth within this region. So I seek your support in passing this resolution. So I'm going to move it, councillors. I'm just asking for a seconder, please. Councillor Bello, thank you. I've just kind of spoken to it, councillors, so I don't feel the need. Is anyone... I'm just going to open the floor to comment on this, councillors, if you had a position that you wanted to take on it. No? Councillor Bello?
I did go along to the rally last Thursday, I think it was, and was, certainly taken by the numbers that were there, and I think any chance that we can support and stand with our neighbours, in this case Rockhampton, it's important for us to do so, and I did catch up with a few of the councillors there, and it was just good to shake their hand and say, this is obviously challenging for you guys, and well done on the turnout that's here, and to the guys that put it together. I think you've certainly got to stand up and be as loud and strategic as you can, and that's, I guess, what this is part of, doing that. So I have, certainly want to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, are you happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, can I get a resolution to move into confidential, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. given it was in confidential, I'm not going to elaborate too much, councillors. So unless anyone else wants to make a comment around this, I'm just going to go to the vote on it. So we've got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the officers for the comprehensive report and the work you've done, and commiserations on the dramas to date. And on that note, we wish you all a good afternoon. We wish you a good afternoon, and stay safe, please.